An Enigma for Edgar, I kind of knew where it was going to go when I wrote A Dandy for Doris and introduced Edgar's character. I knew that someone who had made some bad choices deserved to have a redemption story. And so you could see through the different subsequent books how he has grown as a character and gotten to see a little bit more about him and maybe what led to him making the bad choices that he did. But An Enigma for Edgar really sets that up because you get to be in his head and see where he came from to have reached that point and the self-loathing that was a result. Laura was kind of a fun surprise. As many of you who have followed the series know, the Kendrick family showed up originally in An Equal for Edith, which is set in 1906 San Francisco during the earthquake, or at least the bulk of the story takes place there. But I didn't expect Willie, and I didn't expect his family, which was kind of nice because they provided the characters for the rest of the series that I had hoped, once I wrote Edith, to complete with 8 books. But all I knew about Laura in the beginning was that she had been widowed at the same time as her mother had. Close families sometimes face situations like that where they're together, and unfortunately they're together when tragedy happens. So it was a fun adventure in writing An Enigma for Edgar to come up with this woman who had lost everything. I mean, it's bad enough to lose your father and your husband. I've been a widow with 2 little children myself, so I know that feeling. But then to lose literally everything that you own in the San Francisco earthquake and subsequent fire, you really are starting over again. New environment. Laura had been raised in California. She had experienced ranch life in Lodi, where her family originally lived. So finding herself back in a small ranching community was not alien, but the weather certainly is. I've also experienced those kinds of extremes myself. My family, I'm a Navy brat, and so my family ended up living in Korea where it got very cold. But we also lived in Arizona and in California where it did not. I also lived in the Philippines where it was really hot. And then again in Colorado Springs where we had 30 days where it was, the high never got to 0. And when it finally got to 32 degrees, we were taking off our coats because that was like springtime weather when it finally hit 32 degrees, as opposed to the Philippines, when it got down to 70, we were running to grab our sweaters because we were freezing. Anyway, there's lots of things to consider as she deals with so many changes, but she's got a character that really is enigmatic because she's quiet. She's quiet because she's so smart. I hope that you enjoy the adventure, especially as this begins to lead us to what will close down the Lilac City novella series. It's kind of sad to be coming to the end, but I'm also a completer, so it feels good to be completing this series, bringing an end to it, and hope I do it justice for you. I hope you enjoy their story. Thank you.
An Enigma for Edgar, Lilac City Novella Series, Book 7, by Donna K. Weaver. Narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. Edgar Lowell believed in neither fate nor the illusion of community, and definitely not in a meeting that had begun with a debate about bunting and spiraled into a territorial feud over a storage closet. He didn't miss the irony that, in New York, civic events he had attended had cocktails and quiet corruption, while in Lilac City they came with refreshments and opinions about mundane things strong enough to split families. Tugging at his tight collar, Edgar wished he'd had time to change into something less stifling. The room, provided by the town's only hotel for public gatherings, was too warm, too crowded, and the people too enthusiastic. After an already full day, it made him weary. Under normal circumstances, he would have declined the invitation to help with the Christmas fair. Edgar was an attorney, after all, the town prosecutor, and now being considered as an itinerant judge. A man with such responsibilities did not plan parties. But what was he to do when his cousin, one of the forces behind the event, had begged him to help, especially with her looking pale and wan, with the sickness common to women in her delicate condition? So, of course, Edgar had agreed. As he listened to the people argue, he resisted the urge to shift in his chair, his expression composed as usual. He had honed the skill of maintaining stillness in New York, long before arriving in Wyoming. "But I'm telling you, that storage closet was used last year for fair props. I remember, because me and my boys stacked everything in there ourselves." Mr. Teague insisted, his voice growing stilted, stretching out his hand and then relaxing it. "So if the map says it's part of the church lot, then the map is wrong." Across the table, Mayor Phelps's mustache twitched. "This is not a church lot issue, Stephen. It is municipal storage. You can't simply claim the building because your boys put a few crates in it." "I didn't claim—" "Actually," a woman's voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention, possibly because of how clear it was in spite of not being all that loud. "If you're talking about the closet with the crooked latch near the back stair, it was listed as shared use space in last year's minutes, right after the note about moving the upright piano for the monthly dances." The daughter of Hannah Vosberg, Laura Stanton, a widow with 2 young children. She worked as a maid at the Lucky L Ranch. From what he had observed, she was always quiet and polite. Only recently had she begun attending the planning meetings, probably encouraged by her mother, who was also helping with the event. Edgar tried not to consider how often he had thought of her over the past weeks. There was a note in the ledger about the door needing repair, and that the town had responsibility for the maintenance. Mrs. Stanton continued, her face paler than normal, though her voice was level. "Mr. Jackson offered to fix it after the fair, but apparently forgot." Ralph Jackson, the only woodworker in town and seated near the back, sheepishly raised a hand. "True enough. I meant to do it after New Year's, but time got away from me." "I hope my understanding is correct, but if the town has a responsibility to maintain the building, then wouldn't that imply they have at least some part of the ownership?" Mrs. Stanton asked. "I believe the minutes are considered a permanent record, so they should be in town hall. I would be happy to help find the reference." A murmur swept through the room. Edgar narrowed his eyes slightly. Hadn't he reviewed those same records last spring? He couldn't remember seeing anything about a shared use designation, though he hadn't been looking for one. Mrs. Stanton spoke without hesitation and with confidence. There was nothing prideful or smug in her manner, which typically came with public corrections. Edgar prided himself on being able to anticipate issues that could become contentious. It made it possible for him to prevent arguments from turning heated. He would need to see those minutes. "You're certain?" he asked, trying to keep his words low, though his voice carried anyway. Mrs. Stanton stood taller as she shifted to face him fully, nothing deferential or timid in her demeanor, merely calm. "Yes, Mr. Lowell, I am sure, and, as I said before, I would be happy to assist in finding it again." Edgar continued to hold her gaze, unable to break the connection. Something flickered behind those steady blue eyes. Uncertainty? Or apprehension? As if she expected him to challenge her. Whatever he might feel about this woman, he did not wish to stifle her. "Then I'm pleased to accept your help to search the minutes." "Of course." Mrs. Stanton nodded before she stepped back into the shadows of the room's edge, vanishing almost as quickly as she had appeared. Edgar returned his attention to the meeting, trying to focus on the budget figures next on the agenda. Instead, his mind stayed on the quiet woman who had spoken before disappearing again. When the meeting closed and the committee members gathered their belongings, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. How his life had changed since moving to Lilac City. He might actually enjoy jumping into a search of the town minutes. Laura slipped through the heavy hotel doors and into the brisk fall afternoon, the low hum of voices still echoing behind her. Pausing on the steps, she tucked her still trembling hands under her shawl, hoping no one had noticed her nervousness. She drew in a deep breath to steady herself. The crisp air carried a hint of pine and the dry rustle of leaves skittering across the boardwalk. Had she really just spoken up in that meeting? She could hardly believe it. And in front of that handsome and intimidating lawyer from back east. Besides carrying himself like a man no one dared to say no to, he was her employer's cousin. But when the tone of the meeting had turned contentious, with Mr. Teague and Mayor Phelps looking about to circle each other like fighters, Laura couldn't remain silent. Not over something as ridiculous as a storage closet. Not when the discussion reminded her of what she had read in the minutes. Crooked latch, piano, the shared use minutes. Tiny, dusty details her mind refused to let go of. Her father had often teased her about having a steel trap mind. Frank had bragged to his friends that his wife had a mind like a ledger book, orderly and unfailingly accurate. Her eyes burned. How she missed them both, even when their teasing hadn't always been kind. The creak of the door behind her jerked Laura back to the present, and she quickly wiped her eyes. People in small towns were notoriously into each other's business, something she had learned while growing up in one. She hadn't missed the surprise on the faces in the room when she spoke, and hoped no one would challenge her about what she'd said. Even thinking about it now, Laura's stomach twisted uncomfortably. Over the years, she had found her life went more smoothly when she didn't draw attention to herself. "Laura." Turning, she found her mother hurrying out the door, clutching a bundle of ledgers against her chest. Her cheeks were flushed, hopefully from the warmth of the meeting room, and strands of silver hair escaped her bun. "Why did you leave?" her mother asked, her breathing rapid. "You spoke very well in there." Laura dropped her gaze, her face warm. "I wasn't trying to cause trouble." "Oh, honey, you didn't." Her mother gave her a quick hug, almost dropping one of the books in the process. Once Laura had it settled back on top of the stack again, her mother stated, "You provided them with information they needed to make an appropriate decision." Laura didn't argue, but experience had taught her that people didn't always want the facts. and truth rarely smoothed things over. More often, it made people uncomfortable and sometimes angry. She had certainly been called a know-it-all too many times, even by her late husband. "Do you need help to carry those home?" she asked. "I have these." Abe Fosberg, former town sheriff, and now Laura's stepfather, said, stepping up and taking the ledgers. "You should have let me carry these out for you, sweetheart." The intense look of love the older couple shared made Laura glance away. Had she ever looked at Frank that way? She couldn't remember, but she knew he hadn't at her, though she had known he loved her. "Laura, you should head on back to the ranch before it gets dark," Abe suggested. "Would you like us to follow?" "I'll be fine." She found his kind concern touching. He had recently celebrated his 60th birthday and never wed until her mother. It was darling to see how attentive he was to her and to watch him go from lifetime bachelor to a father and grandfather, if only by marriage. "Mrs. Hamplin had my favorite cowhand drive me." "Willie?" Her mother suddenly glanced around. "There he is." Laura pointed to her younger brother, who was striding toward them from the mercantile. Following their mother to Lilac City when she had accepted the offer to act as housekeeper for the new doctor had been a blessing, especially for Willie. He was like a different person here, no longer lost and unruly. Laura glanced down the dusky street. A few townfolk lingered outside, bundled against the chill. While she loved how quickly and vividly the trees were changing colors here, she had lived most of her life in the milder California climate. Adjusting to the cold of the coming winter would be difficult. Movement inside the hotel room she'd just left caught her eye. Men and women, some dressed in simple clothing, while others in their Sunday best, dined, while some of the members of the Ladies' Improvement Society lingered, while others headed for the door. Near the window, slightly apart from the others, Mr. Lowell stood, his expression thoughtful. Unexpectedly, Laura's heart gave a tiny jump, like it did when she noticed an attractive man, and she hadn't experienced that since she and Frank had been courting. In this town, where the men outnumbered women nearly 4-1, she didn't need to notice another. But somehow, whenever Mr. Lowell was within sight, he always drew her attention. Now he watched the surrounding people, his arms folded loosely across his chest. His expression gave neither approval nor censure at what he was seeing. But she sensed that he was seeing them, as he had seen her at the meeting. Something about it unsettled her, though she couldn't think why. Laura had noticed how he worked to give a neutral appearance, which likely came from being a lawyer, but there was also a sense of isolation about him. She could understand that, since she sometimes felt it too. Her mother worried about her, but she didn't want to stand in the way of her mother's new happiness. Laura was an adult, not a child. She could stand on her own and care for herself and her 2 children. But what about Mr. Lowell made her think he was lonely too? He had family and friends here. That she found him intriguing was not something she needed, and it rubbed against places inside her she didn't want touched. "Mrs. Hamplin will be eager to hear about the meeting," she said to her brother as she wrapped the shawl tighter around her shoulders. "You should speak out more." Her mother gave Laura a quick embrace. "You don't have to stay invisible here." Smiling, she said nothing. While staying invisible to people wasn't her preference, she had found it necessary to be safe. "Let's get you home then. Bye, Ma." Willie hugged their mother and extended a hand to Abe. "Good night." He then guided her down the steps and toward the livery, where he had left one of the ranch's buggies. As they drove back to the Lucky L, and at her brother's prodding, she told him about the meeting. Warmth flushed through her body, and a bit of hope bloomed in Laura's chest. She had spoken in the meeting, and the people had listened to her. Not even her lingering fears, nor the memory of a husband who had frequently dismissed her comments, could take that away from her. Maybe her mother was right. Maybe Lilac City could be a new beginning, even for Laura. Chapter 2. The notes of the grand piano spilled into the crisp afternoon air before Edgar even stepped inside the main hall of the Lucky L Ranch. Frances was playing again. Every time he heard her, it surprised him. She was, quite simply, the most gifted pianist he had ever heard, and she had turned into an unexpected friend. Feisty, no-nonsense, and headstrong, this Lancaster sister was the one who most unsettled his expectations. Now Mrs. Reynolds, she had surprised them all. For one strange moment last winter, she might have become Mrs. Lowell instead, if he hadn't been blindsided by her blunt marriage proposal and her need to secure an inheritance. He didn't begrudge Nick, who had immediately offered to help. The two of them were clearly in love, and truthfully, Edgar and Frances would likely have killed each other if they had wed, even temporarily. It was a sharp reminder that being alone wasn't the worst outcome. Being married to the wrong person was, as his late mother could have testified to. He followed Mrs. Teague, whom he had driven to the ranch, into the parlor. She had chatted cheerfully during the ride about the Christmas fair, last year's success, and hopes for this year's expanded turnout. Inside the front parlor, Frances sat at the gleaming piano, head bowed over the keys, her fingers dancing through the final notes of something Edgar thought might be Liszt. Without pause, she launched into the playful chorus of "Hello, My Baby," singing as she played. Edgar, who had sung in a college a cappella group, couldn't resist adding the bass line. "Send me a kiss by wire, baby, my heart's on fire." Nick burst into the room with a grin, joining in with his rich baritone. "If you refuse me, honey, you'll lose me, then you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me that you're mine." "Oh, my goodness, you sound wonderful together," cried Mrs. Teague, clapping her hands, her eyes bright with excitement. "What we need now is an alto to complete the quartet." "Where's Mrs. Stanton?" Frances asked, turning to her husband. "I heard her harmonizing in church on Sunday. She has nearly perfect pitch." Edgar's pulse quickened at the mention of the young widow, and he had to force himself not to glance around for her. "She's putting her little ones down for a nap," Nick replied, already striding away. "I'll go find her." Mrs. Teague unbuttoned her coat as she turned to Edgar. "I hear there's a new guest staying at the Circle B, someone named Garrison. Perhaps he sings? But how did I not know our resident prosecutor could carry a tune?" He stepped forward to help her out of her coat. "I sang with a quartet in college. Not much call for it in a courtroom." He hung her coat in the entry and added his overcoat to the hook. A creak from the staircase drew his attention. Judith. Her hand tight on the rail, she was descending slowly. Though still too thin, her cheeks showed a hint of color, which was encouraging. "Juicy, what are you doing?" he asked, using the nickname Marshall had given her as a child. Edgar hurried up the stairs. "You should be in bed." "I had to see who was making that wonderful music." With a sly smile, she raised her arms toward him and commanded, "Carry me into the parlor." "Luke is going to kill me," he muttered, lifting her into his arms. His muscles burned a little from the unaccustomed strain. "And I'll kill you if you don't." But she rested her head on his shoulder, a sign she had already overtaxed herself. He chuckled anyway. If she could sass him like Frances, Judith was clearly feeling better. Outwardly, the two women couldn't have been more different, but both had steel inside. "I've kept everything down today," Judith announced proudly. "From what I've heard, that's quite the victory." He carried her to the chair closest to the fire and gently sat her down. "Oh, Judith, you finally look better, you poor dear," Mrs. Teague said, rushing to kiss her cheek. "I was like that with my first baby, too. It was so bad I was laid flat on my back for weeks, but it wasn't nearly so bad with my next ones." Judith winced, and Edgar didn't blame her. Thinking about another pregnancy when she was barely getting over the worst part was likely the last thing she wanted. He retrieved the box of ledgers Mrs. Teague had brought and placed it between her chair and Judith's. From the hallway, Nick's calm voice drifted in. "Yes, they're waiting for you in the parlor." Edgar stepped to the parlor doorway and peeked around the corner. Laura stood a few feet away, hesitant. Her posture was wary, like a colt ready to bolt. Nick said nothing more, simply gave her a quiet smile. When she saw Edgar coming, her cheeks flushed, and she straightened, the unease smoothing from her shoulders. But her eyes, there was always a flicker in her eyes that wakened his instincts to protect. A spark of quiet suffering that didn't belong in someone so young. He didn't think it came from her mother. So what had happened to Laura Stanton? Laura had barely closed the bedroom door to the room she shared with her children. Arthur and Rosalind had finally fallen asleep, so she could get back to her work. The cook usually kept them under her watchful eye, letting them play in a corner. But some days the children were clingy and wanted their mama. The sound of footsteps on the stairs made her turn quickly, a silencing finger on her lips. Her eyes widened when she saw one of her bosses, Nick. He shot a knowing glance at the door and grinned, then jerked his head to show she should come with him. Had someone complained about the maid with two little children clinging to her? But he didn't look upset. His easy smile and unhurried manner helped settle her nerves. She envied people like Nick and Frances, who could step into any room and belong without having been invited twice. That hadn't been Laura since she started school. Nick waited until they had nearly reached the front parlor to speak. "We're forming a quartet," he said in his Texas drawl, as casually as if commenting on the weather. "Frances says you have a beautiful alto voice." Laura must have misheard. He wanted her to sing? In a quartet? In public? A wave of dizziness made her sway, but Nick gently clasped her arm to steady her. "It ain't like you would be singing alone. We'll be with you, and Frances will sing the soprano part, and we all know they get all the attention. Them and the deep voices like Edgar's. Mrs. Teague said she's heard you too, and Judith is downright excited about it." He leaned a little closer, his voice turning concerned. "This is the first thing Judith has shown interest in since she started increasing. She actually tried coming down the stairs to see who was singing." Laura remembered all too well those early weeks of pregnancy when everything seemed to turn her stomach. Even the fragrance of her favorite soap had made her queasy, and she hadn't been violently ill like Mrs. Hamblin. "We need you," Nick said simply. "But Laura clenched her icy hands. I don't know if I can sing in front of people. Then don't think about singing before a crowd. Consider it rendering a service. Nick gave her a sympathetic grin. I like to start with the Lord, because it always helps me end with courage. She gave him a skeptical look. When are people like you ever afraid? Plenty of times. His expression turned sober. Especially when that man tried to kill Frances. Laura gasped. Don't worry. I took a bullet for her and won her heart. His grin turned cheeky. Put in that perspective, singing in front of a few folks ain't so bad, is it? She numbly shook her head. They're waiting in the parlor, he said gently. Resigned, Laura looked up and found Mr. Lowell watching them. How long had he been standing there? Had he heard her admit she was afraid? I hope you'll join us, he said, giving her an encouraging wave. What's taking so long? Frances asked, stepping beside him. When she saw Laura, she grinned and strode over. Did your husband truly take a bullet for you? Laura blurted and then covered her mouth. Frances shot a mock glare at her husband. You aren't boring her with that story, are you? But then she wrapped her arms round his neck and kissed him. Mr. Lowell beckoned again. Come on, they might be a while. Oh, we will not, Frances called, dragging Nick behind her. Laura allowed Mr. Lowell to guide her into the parlor, where Mrs. Hamlin sat near the fire. Don't be shy, Mrs. Stanton, she said. I'm told you have a beautiful voice, and I thoroughly enjoyed hearing these three singers. Mrs. Hamlin turned a fond gaze on Mr. Lowell. I forgot you sang in college, Edgar. A lot has happened to both of us since then. He waved it off casually, but Laura noticed how his arm stiffened on her back. As much as she wanted to retreat, she stayed. Nick was correct that this was the most enthusiasm Mrs. Hamlin had shown in weeks. Frances sat at the piano, Nick beside her. It gets easier the more you do it, Mr. Lowell assured Laura. If you promise, she muttered, dropping her hand from his arm. He grinned and then winked at Laura. Then he said to Frances, I remember my notes, but Mrs. Stanton might not. What song is it? She asked. When Frances named the title, Laura relaxed a little. I know the alto part. By heart? Mrs. Hamlin asked, sounding surprised. Laura nodded, glancing at Mr. Lowell, worried he might say something about her exceptional memory. He didn't. Frances played the opening notes, her fingers fairly dancing across the keys, the tempo faster than the tune was usually sung. Was this a test? Laura had faced so many of them over the years. Then Frances played only their opening notes. One by one, they joined in. Laura sang tentatively at first, but their voices blended well. They sang the full piece, and Frances led them through the final note with precision. At a nod from her, they went through it again, with Laura focusing her attention on the window outside, and not the ladies seated by the fire. When they came to the end of the chorus, she shifted her gaze to Frances for direction. She held up one hand for them to stretch out the last note. Then she snapped her fingers shut, and the four of them immediately stopped. Laura stood, stunned at the thrill of excitement at having been part of it. A moment of silence followed, then applause. Judith beamed. I told you, Frances crowed gleefully. Laura allowed herself a small smile, warmth spreading through her. It hadn't been as terrifying as she'd feared, though it would be different in front of a larger gathering. Mrs. Teague let out a happy sigh. I'm so pleased to have a vocal group for the Christmas fair, besides the children's choir, of course. And with Judith able to join us for a while, we must get to our plans before we tax her strength." Frances closed the piano's fallboard and gestured toward the seats. "I have work to do, so I'll leave y'all to it," Mr. Reynolds said. He kissed his wife and strode from the parlor. Laura moved toward the door, thinking to slip out and get back to her own work. "No, Mrs. Stanton," Mr. Lowell said. "We need you for this, too." He stepped to a nearby table and removed what appeared to be a leather-bound minute book. After taking the seat, he glanced at her and tilted his head, indicating she should sit in the one beside him. She glanced at Mrs. Hamblin, expecting her to instruct Laura to return to her duties. Instead, she also nodded at the chair. "Frances, will you fetch one of the small tables so she can work comfortably?" Mrs. Hamblin asked. "Sure." Frances gave Laura a wink as she moved to obey. Before she knew it, Laura was seated between Mr. Lowell and Mrs. Teague, the book before them. Laura wiped her hands on her apron to settle her nerves, then opened the book. Her memory retrieved the information as though it was simply flowers she had pressed into a book. She recalled not only the words, but the layout on the page, the ink smudge. As the others discussed the budget for the raffle booth, Laura pointed to an entry in the middle of the page. "I believe this expense may have been listed twice," she said, choosing her words with care. "Here, it's listed under raffle prizes, while the same amount is logged for the same date, but under miscellaneous." Mrs. Teague, who must have been listening, leaned closer. "Oh, yes, I remember that ink blot. My littlest grabbed my sleeve and caused it. She was just coming down with the croup, and it was several days before I could get back to this. I must have logged the expense a second time. I'm so sorry." "Have no fear, Mrs. Teague. There's no harm done," Edgar assured her, his voice smooth and placating at the woman's obvious distress. "It helps us understand what happened." Laura could feel when his gaze shifted to her, and she kept her focus on the book, waiting for the criticism. When Mrs. Hamblin asked Mrs. Teague a question, Mr. Lowell leaned closer to Laura. "You remembered the ink blot?" he asked softly. "I remember everything I read." Laura tried to shrug it off like it was something everyone could do, as though it meant nothing. She never knew how people would react if they found out about her ability. Frank had called it a nuisance and forbidden her from mentioning it. Mr. Lowell nodded, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. "Now that is a useful talent." Surprised at the approval in his voice, she glanced at him. There was nothing patronizing in his expression. The tightness in her reserve eased the tiniest bit. Her ability might be a good thing. As he had said, useful. Perhaps being noticed was too. Today, Laura had made beautiful music with 3 talented people, including that handsome Mr. Lowell. Chapter 3. Edgar stepped from his office, more than a little frustrated with himself. He had always prided himself on staying clear-eyed and unaffected. How could he have known that simply stepping in to harmonize with Frances could unsettle him so much? Well, if he were being honest with himself, it hadn't been harmonizing with her and Nick that continued to occupy his mind. But he had enjoyed himself immensely, more than he had in years. How ironic that, in his attempt to redeem himself, he had turned into a boring man who had no interests. Edgar chuckled softly to himself. He looked forward to seeing the surprised faces of the townsfolk. They only thought of him as the staid, all-business town prosecutor, and he would enjoy showing them another side to his personality. Now, if he could get that tune out of his head. Long after the meeting had ended, it clung to him, and he still hadn't cleared it. Once again, though, it wasn't merely the song he couldn't shake. It was the memory of standing next to Mrs. Stanton. Though Father had not approved of Edgar's participation in the Columbia Glee Club, he had done it anyway. He hadn't realized it at the time, but it was his first act of rebellion. Leaning against the railing, he scanned the town. Frost still clung to the northern areas. The cold helped to clear his head. Now if he could clear the warmth that flooded him every time he thought about Mrs. Stanton, he shouldn't find it so delightful. The word made him uncomfortable, even though it fit. He shouldn't be having warm feelings for a widow with 2 children. Edgar felt like he should do something about his response to her, but he didn't know what. And something he did not like was not knowing what to do. That very indecisiveness was dangerous for him, especially when it was about a woman. In his experience, they had the power to muddle a man's mind, like laudanum. Sweet, lulling. One too often didn't understand how deeply the female had taken hold, until he tried to think clearly again. Not that Edgar should assume Mrs. Stanton would be like her. That had proved a costly lesson for him. Experienced with his father, Edgar had thought himself immune to manipulation. He had been so wrong. Delia had smiled and used her charming wiles to make him think she cared for him, until he had refused to toe his father's line. Then she had dismissed Edgar, saying she would rather wed a man with ambition than one with scruples. Heaving out a breath, he shoved his gloved hands into his coat pockets, irritated with himself once again. Why was he even thinking of that woman? And worse, comparing her to Mrs. Stanton. The warmth inside him stirred again. Maybe that was why. She intrigued him like no woman had in years, and part of him recognized his interest as dangerous. But Edgar didn't want to give up the harmless quartet. It was only a bit of fun, and his life had been empty of joy for so long. Besides, listening to them, Judith had looked healthy again. The quartet would provide an easy way to please the ladies. But should he? When the sound of Laura Stanton's lovely alto voice, soft but steady, despite her reserve, continued to echo in his thoughts? How she had kept her attention focused on the window, or flushed at the praise of the others. She was nothing like Delia. Edgar hadn't meant to watch Laura so much, but once he had, he'd found it difficult to stop. He shoved his gloved hands in his pockets. His fascination with her made her dangerous. Down the boardwalk, a door creaked, and he turned. Charles Merrick, the town's deputy, and Edgar's kind of cousin-in-law, stepped out. He strode toward Edgar. "You were looking pretty thoughtful there," Charles said. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." "The air bites shrewdly," Edgar quoted, unable to keep the dryness from his tone. Charles grinned. "Those must have been some deep ruminations for you to quote Shakespeare." Edgar exhaled slowly, hoping the cold would mask the warmth rising to his face. He changed the subject. "How is it working daily with Cogburn?" The new sheriff, appointed when Abe had married and retired a few weeks ago, had been unexpected. If someone had suggested Cogburn last summer, Edgar would have insisted they belonged in a lunatic asylum. But it appeared Mrs. Stanton's mother had been right. Almost everyone in town had thought Cogburn lost to the bottle. But the good Lord had indeed had another plan for the man.
To be honest, Otis has been unexpectedly humble,
Charles admitted, having also been skeptical about the man's reform.
Believe it or not, all those evenings he used to spend at the saloon mean he knows those who frequent it.
Edgar laughed.
I imagine none of them expected their old drinking buddy to make them toe the line.
When he had first arrived in Lilac City, he had spent a fair amount of time in the saloon playing cards.
It is ironic.
Charles continued to stare down the street.
Have you been in to see Circle B lately?
Not for a couple of weeks. Edgar glanced at him.
Why? There's a new guest out there, name of Garrison. He says he's writing a book and might stay through Christmas to work on it.
Charles's tone turned hesitant.
He was asking about Auntie B.
Edgar's aunt. He turned to face the deputy, all his defensiveness awakened.
What did he say? Only that he thought he had met her when she lived back east, and he would like to pay his respects. He seemed respectful enough.
Charles rubbed his jaw.
It's likely unfair to be suspicious, but there was just something that didn't sit well with me, though I can't put my finger on why. I figured I would mention it. But I have other news, too.
About what?
We just got word the circuit judge finally announced his retirement for next May.
His friend watched for a reaction, but Edgar forced himself to keep a neutral expression, something he had learned in court. Finally, Charles elbowed him with a grin.
Oh, come now. That must mean something to you. I know Abe put your name in for consideration last month. He told me,
Edgar agreed.
It's an election year. With the judge not retiring until the spring, the governor will make a temporary appointment until the 1910 election.
He shook his head. It seemed so far away.
The mayor dropped by a bit ago to talk about it.
Charles folded his arms and rocked back on his heels.
Seems Abe isn't the only one who's put in a good word for you.
Edgar stilled.
Who else? Luke, for one.
A lump formed in Edgar's throat. The people he had almost harmed when he allowed himself to be blackmailed last year were the Lancaster family. Luke, their brother, understandably, had wanted to kill Edgar. That the rancher would now honor Edgar with a recommendation to fill the judge's position meant more even than Abe's had, and that was saying something.
The mayor said he would also send in a recommendation, but counseled Marshall not to because of the family connection.
I confess I'm overwhelmed, Edgar admitted. These people he had only known for a little over a year, and who had seen him at his lowest moment, had already provided more support and encouragement than his father ever had.
Sure, you had a rough start, and I was ready to help Luke kill you, Charles said dryly, but you've shown your true worth. The important thing is you're passionate about justice, but you're also fair and careful. Even when we doubted Otis could be reformed, you gave him the chance to show his true worth.
Praise in New York had always come at a cost, and never sat well with Edgar. It always made him feel like the speaker was trying to manipulate him. That old belief, however, didn't fit what he knew about Charles.
But what if I'm not the right man for the job?
Edgar asked, his voice low.
Charles blinked. Why not?
How could Edgar explain that he didn't trust himself? That too often, as had happened in Abe's wedding, Edgar still heard his father's voice with all of its prejudices in his mind, but he didn't speak his fears aloud.
"I'll think about it," Edgar finally said. Charles clapped him on the shoulder. "That's all anyone's asking." He moved to leave, but then stopped, his expression now one of weary resignation. "Otis hired Frances as another deputy, and I'm supposed to train her." Edgar winced on his friend's behalf. The news didn't surprise him, and he thought she had it in her to do a good job. But the woman could be more headstrong than anyone he had ever known, and Charles was married to her older sister. "Well, it could be worse," Edgar said with a sympathetic grin. "How?" Charles asked. "You could be Nick." Charles's mouth formed an O. Then he nodded and gave a dark chuckle. "You never said a truer word. Well, I'd best do my walk around town." When he had gone, Edgar continued to watch the townsfolk going about their business. He wished there was a simple answer to what he should do. Judge. It flattered him that so many people had expressed a willingness to champion him for the position. It truly was an honor. But Lilac City was only ever meant to be a resting place while he pulled his life together. He had always planned to move on to California. He had considered San Francisco, but they would be rebuilding for years. A voice in the back of his mind asked, "What if you're meant to stay?" It sounded surprisingly like his late mother. Chapter 4. Though a couple of days had passed since the quartet practice, the music continued to linger in Laura's mind as she worked. Even now, standing with Martha McDaniel at the threshold of a space left over from a room expansion, Laura couldn't shake the tune. "I just don't want to waste this bit of floor." Mrs. McDaniel adjusted her spectacles. "As I've laid out the space, it would provide a good place for young children to sleep, close to their parents' room next door," Laura said. Mrs. McDaniel studied the chalk marks Laura had put on the floorboards. She had gotten the idea from her mother when she and Abe were laying out the coffee house they owned. "Do you truly believe it will fit?" "Yes, ma'am." Laura had no need to measure again. She knew her calculations were correct. Children visiting here, even wealthy ones, shouldn't have to worry about their clothing. Their needs are simple. Mr. Jackson could build a pair of bunks and still have room for a corner shelf for clothing and shoes. As with learning about life on a ranch, it would allow them to experience simplicity. Nodding, Mrs. McDaniel glanced at Laura. "You, my dear, are wasted as a maid." "Necessity is the mother of invention," Laura mumbled, warmth filling her at the compliment. "What's that?" "Only that I've had a great deal of experience." Laura stared at her clasped hands. She had practiced measuring, imagining, rearranging, and not simply furniture, but her entire life. First when Frank had thought he could make a better living in the city. Then when he and Father had been killed. And finally when she had lost everything in the fire. Laura had learned to be grateful for whatever small corner she could find. Like here at the Lucky L, where she had a roof over her head and food for herself and her children, all while earning a wage. A low knock sounded from the main stairwell below, followed by a deep voice calling, "Ralph Jackson, reporting for duty, Mrs. McDaniel." "Come on up." Martha hurried to the top of the stairs. "Mrs. Stanton has made a sketch for you, and I would love to hear your thoughts on what she suggests." She glanced back at Laura and added, "He's the one who made Mrs. Hamlin's beautiful writing desk." The woodworker stepped in, carrying his tools. A tall, powerfully built man of about her age. His gaze immediately went to Laura's diagram and then the chalk markings on the wall. His short, rugged beard twitched.
and he nodded.
Well, now I'm impressed. This is good work. If your figures are right, you've saved me the trouble of measuring.
I can assure you they are. Laura clenched her fists under the folds of her apron.
You ever done this before? He asked, crouching beside the lines.
Laura hesitated. No, but I grew up on a ranch. My father believed we should all know how to use a square and measure proper angles.
Smart man.
Mr. Jackson straightened and went about unpacking his tools.
I'm always hearing folks talk about the importance of strong backs, but I've found it's having people with sharp minds that build the bones of a place. Oh, Laura sees the whole picture,
a familiar voice said just before her brother poked his head in the door.
She always has.
In many ways, Willie still resembled the cheerful boy of their youth. The move to San Francisco had been bad for him, but the loss of father had devastated her brother. Laura's eyes stung with happiness as he gave her cheek a peck before using his hat to bow theatrically to Mrs. McDaniel.
"Oh, you!"
The older woman gave him an impatient wave of her hand, but her cheeks had pinked.
"I brought that guest from town,"
Willie said, something off in his voice.
"Thank you." Mrs. McDaniel turned to Laura. "This guest will stay here a few days until the aunties return from their visit back east."
Mrs. McDaniel lowered her voice.
"It's Lady Madeline Wycliffe. She's the daughter of an English duke, if you can believe it. That earl, married to Judith's grandmother, recommended that she be sent to Wyoming. I hear she's a bit of a troublemaker back in London, so everyone should tread lightly with her. We don't want her carrying tales back there when she returns, so other rich folks don't want to stay here."
Laura exchanged a surprised glance with her brother, but he merely gave her a mock salute, saying, "My only observation is she brought an attitude packed in velvet. Consider yourselves warned." He'd always had a flair for the dramatic, so she wasn't sure how he really felt. Then Mrs. McDaniel gave a sigh worthy of a martyr, and Laura's heart went out to her. The poor woman already had so much she needed to get done today. "Do you need me for anything else?" Laura asked the housekeeper. "I can show her to her room."
"If you don't mind." Mrs. McDaniel looked conflicted.
"I've seen your list, and Mr. Jackson needs your direction."
Laura patted the older woman's arm.
"I don't mind at all."
"Thank you."
Laura gathered all her dignity and descended the stairs. In the front parlor, a striking young woman with the pale complexion common among people from England slowly scanned the entryway and adjoining room. Her lip curled in distaste. Her stylishly pinned blonde curls fit neatly beneath a hat that was nothing less than a London showpiece. Trimmed in velvet and feathers, Laura had seen it in a spring edition of La Mode Illustrée. The article had called it a Gainsborough revival, meant to show aristocratic ease while also carrying a fashionable defiance. Laura wondered what that said about this young woman. Troublemaker, Mrs. McDaniel had said. Her hat was made for strolling Hyde Park, not dealing with Wyoming dust and winds. And winter was coming.
"Miss Wycliffe,"
Willie said, making a ridiculous bow that made the young woman's brows dart nearly to her hairline.
"This is Mrs. Stanton. She'll show you to your room while I fetch your bags."
He shot Laura a doubtful glance before hurrying out the door.
"My lady?"
Laura said with a nod. Unlike an English servant, she would not curtsy.
"Mrs. Stanton."
Lady Wycliffe scanned Laura's simple dress, assessing but not dismissive.
"You are the housekeeper?"
"I assist Mrs. McDaniel in housekeeping." That curled lip again. Of course.
Before the awkward moment could go on, the front door burst open, and Frances strode in. Fortunately, she wore split skirts rather than trousers like she sometimes did. "Well, well, what have we here? I heard we had royalty arriving." Frances, still in her riding coat, swept into the room like a gust of wind. Her tone was bright, but her eyes sharp, taking in the guest and atmosphere at once. Laura took a step back, as she always did when someone like Frances entered a room. Laura would never have that kind of presence, even if she had a desire to command a room, which she did not, especially when doing so would make the people around her feel uncomfortable, or challenged, or worse, resentful. So many times she had tried to understand why she made them feel that way. Laura had never meant to unsettle anyone, but over time she had learned to keep her head down and her voice soft in order to preserve the comfort of others. Yet Frances didn't make herself small. She spoke plainly and moved boldly. The people here seemed to respect her for it. "Nice hat," Frances said. "I haven't seen anything that fancy since we left Indianapolis. And thank goodness, because they're completely useless out here. So, you must be Lady Wycliffe." She extended her hand. "I'm Frances Reynolds. You'll be staying with my aunt and Judith's mother." The young woman stared at the extended hand, but finally took it, barely. "I know everything will seem strange to you since you've been running in such formal circles." Frances's voice turned confidential. "I understand because I come from the upper crust, too, and I hated it. It's nothing like that here. We're in a new century, and we women are going to show the men they're not the only ones with smarts." Frances pulled Laura over. "Like this lady here. She's got more brains than anyone I've ever known."
Truly?
Her eyes alight with interest, Lady Wycliffe studied Laura. "Sure. She can see a floor plan in her head better than most architects." Frances grinned. "And she sings alto like a songbird." Flushing, Laura shifted the attention away from herself. "And Mrs. Reynolds here has just been hired as a deputy sheriff."
I beg your pardon?
The lady looked confused.
Is not a sheriff a bobby?
"Leave it to the men to even masculinize the name of a copper." Frances wrinkled her nose, shaking her head. Rather than looking put off by Frances's manner, Lady Wycliffe's expression had turned intrigued. "Does Mr. Lowell know about your new job yet?" Laura couldn't resist asking. "Most likely, and I wish I could have been there to see his face when he did." Frances then said to the lady, "Edgar Lowell is our town prosecutor." "It's similar to a barrister in England," Laura explained. "And he's being considered for circuit judge," Frances added, though she watched Laura as she said the words. Hearing the rumor confirmed brought a spark of worry. Now that Laura had spent time in Mr. Lowell's company, she wondered what it would mean. As much as it had terrified her to sing with the others, she thoroughly enjoyed it and was surprised at the powerful disappointment that the quartet might end so soon, because he could hardly still be part of the group if he was such an important person.
"He is a crown man, then?"
Lady Wycliffe said. "Except we don't recognize crowns or aristocrats here." Frances crossed her arms. "Are you going to throw a fit if we don't call you lady?" The young woman blinked, but then a slow smile grew at the corners of her mouth.
"My father would thoroughly disapprove, so I guess I will allow it."
Laura said nothing. As a servant, she would never presume such a thing. "It's like that, is it?" Frances put an understanding arm around Miss Wycliffe's shoulders and said,
We women have to stick together to claim our rights. Frances had only been in the room for a few minutes, and already her ladyship looked more alive than she had since entering the house. As Laura watched them, a small ache stirred in her chest. Some women could wake a room just by walking into it. Others, like Laura, could only hope not to vanish. "And there's an election in November," Frances added with enthusiasm. "Laura's mother is going to vote for the first time in the November election."
"Vote?"
Miss Wycliffe's eyes widened. "Yes, ma'am. Women in Wyoming have had the right to vote since 1869. "Oh, that means I can vote?" Laura murmured. She had been so preoccupied getting herself and her children settled in this new place, she hadn't even considered it. "I have to wait another year," Frances grumbled. "But you bet I'll vote every time after I'm 21. The front door opened and Willie stepped inside carrying a trunk. "Are you still here yakking?" He scowled at Laura. "This poor lady has had a long trip. I'll bet she's tired and would like to get settled in." "I am so sorry," Laura said. "Mrs. Hamblin wanted you to have the bridal suite since it is the largest." "That's where Nick and I stayed." Frances' cheeks grew a little pink. "But Willie's right. You get settled. I'll see you at supper." "You go ahead," Laura told her brother. "I need to speak to the lady in private." Willie grunted but went up the stairs.
"He is quite strong, isn't he?"
Miss Wycliffe asked, watching him. "Cowboys need to be to handle cattle." Laura checked to make sure he was out of sight before she said softly, "We don't have ladies' maids here. Will you need help to dress?" Miss Wycliffe met Laura's gaze, her expression turning thoughtful.
"Frances could not have been wearing a corset, dressed as she was."
"She wouldn't be caught dead in one." Miss Wycliffe studied Laura's waist.
"Not to be too personal, but are you wearing one?"
"Anymore, I only wear one on special occasions." Laura ran a hand over her stomach, glad to be free of the device. Frances suggested it. She said it was so much easier to work without one, and she's right.
"Perhaps you will help me out of mine?"
A fire blazed in Miss Wycliffe's eyes.
"And then I will burn every one I own."
Are you sure?" Laura asked cautiously. "Will you still be able to fit into your gowns?" The young woman's shoulders drooped. Then her expression brightened.
"Lilac City must have a seamstress."
"Well, I think almost all the women in town can sew. It's a necessary skill here. I've made all my children's clothing."
"Excellent."
Miss Wycliffe gave her first genuine smile, one untouched by darker feelings.
"You will be my seamstress."
"I think not, as I have a job here already, and my children—" Miss Wycliffe lifted a hand.
"I understand, but Frances said you are brilliant. So please put your mind to a solution. The sooner I'm free from my corsets, the happier I'll be."
With those words, she turned and regally swept up the stairs. Smiling faintly, Laura found the young woman's boldness and conviction as disconcerting as Frances's was. How interesting that two women could be so different, and yet so similar. As for helping to teach Miss Wycliffe how to modify her own gowns, perhaps. But Laura didn't have free time to do all the sewing herself, even if she was inclined to. But she also felt uneasy. She and her mother had struggled enough through Willie's wildness in San Francisco. Now that he had found his way again here at the Lucky L, she worried that a duke's daughter in Wyoming, looking for ways to disappoint her father, could be dangerous. And not only for the lady. Chapter 5. Edgar set the buggy's brake, adjusted the angle of his hat against the late afternoon sun, and stepped from the buckboard. The last stretch of road up to the Lucky L had been quiet. Too quiet, with the sort of silence that pressed against a man's thoughts and left room for thinking about things he didn't wish to. Even in a small state like Wyoming, a circuit judge appointment was no small thing. Edgar's Columbia education and record as a prosecutor placed him ahead of most candidates. If he served with distinction, the state Supreme Court wasn't out of reach, and, perhaps, with the right connections, even a federal post someday. The sound of boots scuffing against gravel drew Edgar's attention. Willie Kendrick emerged from the side path, adjusting his hat, his sleeves rolled up, the front of his shirt lightly damp with effort. Grinning, he gave a half salute with 2 fingers.
"Hey there, Mr. Lowell. What have you been doing, hauling trunks?" Edgar asked, stepping aside to give the younger man room on the path. "That and dodging fire." Willie shook his head. "One of our new guests could have come straight from the London stage." Edgar arched a brow. "You have a guest who's an actress?" "Not unless Duke's daughter is the latest hyperbole for troublemaker." Willie leaned against the shaft of the buggy. The young cowhand's unexpectedly broad vocabulary impressed Edgar, but as Hannah's son, it shouldn't have. "How bad was she?" Edgar asked with sympathy. "She looked at me like I smelled of horse dung. Like I was horse dung." Willie heaved out a deep breath, shaking his head. "She told me to mind how I lifted her steamer trunk, and I swear she thought I did it wrong even when I know I did it right." Edgar's protective instincts ratcheted up. "Are you talking about the Duke's daughter, who will stay with the aunties when they return?" "The very one." Willie straightened. Frances was jawing with Lady High and Mighty. Willie's expression turned worried. "I just hope she doesn't give the aunties apoplexy. I like those old gals." "I agree." Edgar rubbed a gloved hand along his jaw. "They have experienced enough betrayal in their lives. I won't put up with some spoiled aristocrat giving them grief." Willie chuckled. "You talk like a man who has spent time with her royalness." "I haven't, but I know the aunties deserve better than they have received from people who should have protected them." Just as Edgar's mother had once needed it. At least Auntie B, Judith's mother, had only endured social disgrace when her husband was imprisoned for graft. Auntie L, Frances's aunt, had suffered far worse. Her husband had turned out to be a murderer, and Edgar had been blackmailed into helping with his nefarious scheme. Turning against him had nearly cost Edgar everything. It still amazed him that Frances and her sisters had forgiven him. Willie tipped his hat back. "You might want to warn them. That Wycliffe gal doesn't strike me as the peaceful type." "I will. The aunties have finally found a home of peace. I would rather not see it disturbed." "Well, her royalness will find out real quick that she had best be kind to them." Willie crossed his arms. "She might be pretty, but she's the kind that wrinkles her nose like even the air here is beneath her." Edgar knew the type all too well. Their kind used titles the way gamblers used marked cards. "Well, I'm off." Willie loped away toward the barn. After retrieving the heavy box, Edgar entered the house, glad to see Judith once again seated in the chair by the fireplace. He stood before her. I brought you something I hope is useful. You mentioned a couple of weeks ago you wanted to start art classes in the community hall."
Interest sparked in his cousin's eyes, so Edgar gently placed the box in her lap. She lifted the lid and let out a soft gasp before removing the first of the 4 illustrated books, their covers embossed with titles such as Drawing Made Easy and Sketching from Life.
"Oh, Edgar, these are wonderful."
She pointed toward the bookcase nearby.
"Please bring me that box."
He did, and found more books, including Figure Drawing for Children and The Practice of Watercolor.
"You already have some."
He had to push down his disappointment.
"Don't look at me like that. I need them all. This community has more talent than I ever dreamed could exist in."
Judith's words faded out, and her cheeks flushed.
"More than we were taught to expect in people beneath us?" Edgar finished for her.
"I'm ashamed those thoughts still creep up on me."
"I completely understand. They had years to fill our heads with such nonsense."
He set the box near her feet.
"Yes, and I suppose it will take time to free ourselves of it."
Judith brushed her fingers over a frontispiece, showing a sketch of a girl shading an apple.
"Books teaching art are only the beginning. There's so much hunger here for learning."
"A lending library?" Edgar asked, intrigued.
"One in its infancy. A true library would have a larger collection of topics. I thought it would be a beginning to teach classes on sketching. It could open a door for the curious."
Edgar sank into the nearby chair.
"Who do you have in mind to teach?"
Judith's expression turned wistful.
"I would love to convince men like Mr. McDaniel to share what they know, but some gifts are harder to give than others."
Thinking of Frances and her desire to change the world's beliefs about the role of women, Edgar chuckled softly. When Judith arched a brow as though she thought he was laughing at her, he gave her hand a pat and explained. She sighed.
"Patience is hard."
"Yes, it is. Speaking of arts, has Marshall or Doris mentioned their writer guest? Charles said the man was thinking of staying through Christmas."
Judith sighed. "Everyone is managing me like a delicate flower and left me delicately unaware."
"Poor Juicy," Edgar murmured. "This too shall pass."
They sat in silence for a few moments until Judith finally said,
"While you're here, you should see what Mrs. Stanton did with my reading nook. I think you'll approve. It's positively judicial."
"Then I'd best prepare to be impressed." Edgar stood and pointed to the books. "Do you want me to return these to your nook?"
"Yes, please."
She patted the new ones.
"But leave these, as I wish to examine them first."
Edgar replaced the box. Before he could give the shelves more than a cursory examination, he heard voices outside, one of them unmistakably Mrs. Stanton's, the other rougher and male. The tone of the man's voice set Edgar on alert. He tilted his head, straining to make out the words through the open window.
"Plenty of women been grateful for less than what I'm offering," the man said, his voice smug.
"Well, I'm not plenty of women."
Mrs. Stanton's voice was steady, but growing cooler the more she spoke.
"And understand me now. I don't trade decency for favors, even when they're offered with a smile."
Silence greeted her remark, followed by an uncomfortable laugh.
"I didn't mean nothing by it, ma'am. I was just making conversation."
"Then you should speak as if you have been taught manners."
Her voice had turned frigid. And if you haven't, I suggest you keep quiet and learn." His neck red, the man said nothing else, simply turned and strode away. Edgar couldn't help grinning, though he had clenched his hand around the edge of the shelf. He had been about to dart for the door, but Mrs. Stanton had handled it with remarkable composure. Not a flinch or a fluster, just a clean, precise rebuke that left no doubt about her boundaries. "Well," Judith said, "it's nice to know our quiet mouse of a maid has some fire in her." Edgar released the shelf. "I take it," Judith asked with a too interested smile, "that you were suitably impressed?" He cleared his throat. "I am." Then more quietly, "In more ways than one. I'd best get back to town." "Oh, you must stay for supper." "There's not enough light tonight." He kissed his cousin's cheek. The sun had dipped a little lower as he stepped out. If he hurried, he could make it back without risking the horse. As he drove away, that dang tune the quartet had sung together filled his head again. As always, it was Mrs. Stanton's voice he heard above the others. However, it wasn't merely her singing, but the calm, precise manner she had about her. Edgar had seen enough men lose their heads while in a frightening situation. He certainly had experienced a few himself. Mrs. Stanton had a strength about her that he knew did not come from ease, something he understood too well himself. But he ought to be considering his next case, or the judge position. That was something a man like him should want. Instead, he was wondering when he would see Mrs. Stanton again. Laura pulled out a few extra quilts from a cedar chest and glanced out the window. A buggy was driving away from the ranch house, and she recognized the driver, Edgar. Her heart sank at having missed speaking to him. Not that she had any reason to think they would have crossed paths, since they obviously hadn't. How ridiculous of her. The murmur of supper preparation drifted up from the kitchen, and Laura said a silent prayer of gratitude for what she did have. She took in a slow breath, the subtle smell of cinnamon from the apples Mrs. McDaniel had stewed earlier, filling Laura's senses. She was so blessed. This working dude ranch had unexpectedly come to feel like home. While intimidated by Mrs. Hamblin at first, with her connection by marriage to the English aristocracy, Laura had discovered instead a woman still finding herself in this small Wyoming town. A little like Laura herself, though her beginnings had been much humbler than her employers. Behind Laura, Arthur had climbed halfway onto the guest bed and was now dangling off the side like a lopsided sack of potatoes. "Artie," she warned, "keep your feet on the floor, please."
"But, Mama, I was climbing the mountain."
Laura loved her son's imagination. "But the mountain is closed for the night."
"No."
With his typical dramatic flair, he flopped down with a grunt, and 2-year-old Rosalind giggled as she bounced. Careful of Rosie, Laura stood and set the quilts on the dresser at the foot of the bed. A quiet knock on the door made her turn. "Come in." Miss Wycliffe slipped in, dressed for supper, though she seemed less stiff than she had earlier. Her hair was pinned up, looking like she might have done it herself. It must be quite a change for her not to have a personal maid. The young woman stood, her posture almost uncertain. "May I help you with something?" Laura asked.
"I wondered if there might be writing paper available. I would like to send a letter."
Miss Wycliffe glanced at Arthur, a twinkle now in her eyes.
and to have a look at the mountain."
He and his sister had slid from the bed at the knock, and he now rewarded her with a huge grin. "There is ranch stationery in the front parlor desk. If you wish to order something without the ranch logo, we can have a cowhand fetch some from the mercantile when one of them is next in town."
"Is it true you were in San Francisco during the earthquake?"
Miss Wycliffe asked. For a moment, the memories threatened to overwhelm Laura, and she closed her eyes. The young woman took her arm.
"Oh, do forgive me, Mrs. Stanton. That was terribly thoughtless of me to ask."
"We lost everything, and my brother was almost killed."
"Uncle Willie got shot,"
Artie cried. Laura remained silent for only a moment. She had to defend him. "My brother went in search of food for us, but it turned dark before he could return. Someone mistook him for a looter. Fortunately, he knew a doctor who helped." Miss Wycliffe's already pale complexion blanched.
"How ghastly it must have been for you."
It had been a terrible day at the end of other awful days. Laura could only nod. Then came the cry, high and thin, panicked. Rosie's voice. A sharp clatter followed, something thudding against the floorboards, followed by the faint rustle of fabric and a whimper that drove dread into Laura's heart. She bolted out the door. At the top of the stairs, Rosie's tiny hands gripped the banister, fear twisting her face.
"Oh, baby!"
Laura dashed to her. One of Rosie's arms was pinned awkwardly, a small, plump leg dangling through the gap in the railing, her little body wedged between the spindles. Below, a toppled laundry basket had spilled, with linen spread everywhere.
"Mama!"
Rosie whimpered, sounding like she was having trouble breathing, her face blotchy from tears.
"Don't move, baby."
Laura kneeled beside her. Her mind already at work, Laura catalogued the angle of the banister, considering and rejecting possible ways to extract her daughter without pushing her the rest of the way through the spindles.
"Oh, my,"
Miss Wycliffe said, breathless, as she joined Laura.
"What happened?"
"She's good and truly stuck in the railing." Laura pushed against the panic, climbing her spine like chilly fingers.
"Allow me to help."
Miss Wycliffe dropped beside Laura.
"Might something slippery help? Perhaps oil or soap? You would know best where to find such things."
She placed a gentle hand against the little girl's forehead. Laura scrambled to her feet, flew back to the guest room where Artie stood wide-eyed near the door, and she commanded, "Stay right here." She went to the closet and retrieved a tin of balm, kept for saddle sores. Laura hurried back, while Miss Wycliffe held the little girl in place. Laura smeared it on Rosie's arms, shoulders, and where her dress had ridden up. "Her breathing is so shallow," Laura whispered, her surroundings narrowing to a pinprick. For a moment, she couldn't hold a thought, only the sound of her pounding heart. Then a single conviction broke through the panic. She could not lose Rosie, too.
"We will get her free,"
Miss Wycliffe said, her voice firm. The young woman's confidence bolstered Laura, and she put down the tin. "You have a good grip on her?"
"I do.
Rosie, my love," Laura kissed her daughter's forehead. "Mama needs you to wiggle like a little worm. Can you do it?" It took 3 tries, but it worked. With a sob, Rosie slipped through the spindles. Laura had pulled so hard the 2 of them fell back, bringing Miss Wycliffe with them. Laura clutched her daughter to her chest, tears running into her hair. Artie ran over and rested his head on top of his sister.
"I told you we could do it."
Miss Wycliffe gave a soft, satisfied laugh. "Your ladyship, thank you so much," Laura began, clinging to her children.
"Oh, do stop."
After all we have been through today, you surely must call me Madeline." She helped Laura to sit up and asked, "What is your name? And don't tell me Mrs. Stanton. I know that already." "Laura." She gave a soft shake of her head. "But it wouldn't be please?" The look of vulnerability on Miss Wycliffe's eyes stopped the argument Laura was trying to make. "Maddie?" Artie began, but then frowned, likely unable to remember the lady's full name. "Oh, my, I like that, young man," the younger woman exclaimed. "As my tyrant of a father has cast me into exile in America, I shall hereafter be known as Maddie." She met Laura's gaze and commanded, "Say it." "Maddie?" Laura asked, bemused. "Excellent," the young woman said with a huge smile. "Well, thank you, Maddie, for helping to save my daughter. You didn't panic and run away." "As you believe someone from my social station would have?" Maddie asked with a tinge of bitterness. Her voice softened as she added, "Naturally, I helped. No one has ever fought for me." There was so much going on with the noblewoman, and it twisted Laura's heart. She reached for Maddie's hand. "It's time someone did." Chapter 6. Laura pulled the buggy up in front of her mother and Abe's coffee house. She had collected the aunties from the train station and mentioned that the Hearth and Brew had opened for business. Both ladies, in spite of having already made a long and uncomfortable trip, insisted on stopping so they could examine the shop and its goods. After everything the two older ladies had gone through, they embraced Lilac City, and the entire town had embraced them right back. The cowhands from the Lucky L and the Circle B, who had been assigned to check on Mrs. Lancaster and Mrs. Breckenridge, shortened their names to Mrs. L and Mrs. B. Not long after, they became Auntie L and Auntie B. Now everyone used the nicknames, as though they always had. "Oh, my land, Sheriff!" Auntie L cried as soon as they stepped inside and saw Abe at work roasting coffee beans. "Not anymore. You'll need my daughter—" Her stepfather broke off after saying the words so reverently it made Laura's eyes sting. Abe coughed. "Anyway, she can tell you about our new sheriff." "Welcome home, ladies," Laura's mother said, coming around the counter to give each of them a hug. "You two must be exhausted. Come, sit down by this table near the fireplace, and I'll put together a sampling dish and 2 cups of Abe's newest roast. You must tell us what you think of it." "Thank you, Hannah," Auntie B said. "This will be a proper treat. And I couldn't believe you married so quickly." Auntie L looked like she wanted all the juicy details. "We were only gone 2 months." "I need to pick up a few things at the mercantile," Laura said. "Take your time." Auntie B was already seated and removing her gloves. "We have much to catch up on." Glad she could leave them in such a comfortable place, Laura went into the storehouse. As much as she loved her children, it was so much easier to shop without them underfoot. She mentally reviewed the list, including items Mrs. McDaniel had mentioned, and gave them to Mr. Teague, who was staffing the counter that afternoon. "I saw in the meeting the other day what an excellent memory you have," he said as he fetched the items she named. "Must be nice not to need a note when you're shopping." "It definitely comes in handy." Laura didn't add that it also intimidated many people. The bell over the door rang, and she glanced toward it, surprised to find Edgar entering the mercantile. Her stomach did a ridiculous flutter. Oh, for pity's sake. The butterflies Frank had caused hadn't been this powerful, not even in the beginning. Edgar removed his hat, his smile lighting up his face.
I thought I recognized you, Mrs. Stanton.
Oh, Edgar, Auntie Bee called from the coffee house. Come and give me a kiss.
I need your help, he said quickly to Laura before striding into the coffee house. Mr. Teague merely arched a brow, but said nothing. By the time he had wrapped her items into a single package, Edgar returned. Is something wrong? Laura asked. He glanced at Mr. Teague, who tactfully retreated. While reviewing some town files, I came across what appears to be a discrepancy in the property records. I recalled how you remembered the note about shared space, and I wondered if you might be able to help. Well, that put an end to the butterflies. In her experience, people tended to either resent her memory or see it as useful to them. Evidently, that was how he saw her. So you need my help with reviewing legal documents? Not legal. Edgar gave her a half smile. Technically, they're historical records. The only problem is that some of the old ledgers are not in great condition. Plus, the clerk at the time had a habit of crossing things out in ink. I'm hoping you will be better at spotting patterns than I've been. I was about to return the aunties to the ranch. Laura stretched so she could see into the coffee house, where they were talking animatedly with some other people. I'm not expected back for a while, though. She shifted the parcel in her arms. I can spare a few minutes. Thank you. Let me carry your package for you. Looking sincerely pleased, which made her cheeks grow warm, Edgar gently took it from her. And I hope you will pardon my presumption, but I already told the aunties I was going to steal you. Laura glanced at the two ladies again, and Auntie Elle winked at her. Were they playing matchmakers? If you don't mind, I have everything set up in my office. Mr. Lowell hurried to the mercantile door and opened it. There's a table where we can spread out the documents. The package will be fine in the buggy, she said. Edgar tucked the bundle behind the seat before covering it with a lap robe. He then faced her and extended his arm. She took it, and they crossed the road, with him taking care to guide her between animal droppings that always accumulated. It was such a small gesture, but it had been a very long time since anyone had thought to shield her. His office was tidy, except for the stacks of paper. She hoped he remembered what was in each of them, or he would waste a great deal of time searching for documents he needed. He pulled out a chair for her at a table with 2 large bound volumes. The room smelled of beeswax, ink, and old paper. He removed his hat, took the chair beside hers, and opened a ledger to a page marked with a scrap of paper. Oh, my, Laura mumbled as she scanned the page, which had seen better days. This person must have written all this while blindfolded. Now you know why I need your assistance, Edgar said with a grin. I fear we will require a cipher key to make sense of some of the handwriting. He pulled out a map from a stack. From the minutes, it appears this was amended in 1897, but the notations in the ledger are incomplete. I think the boundaries were adjusted after a land gift to the town, but the reference note was smudged. Laura leaned over the book and scanned the lines. The faded ink and shaky handwriting made it difficult to make out, but she had read a book once about how to decipher penmanship. She started with a word she could confidently recognize: donation. The looping D and the slant of the A gave her a key for comparison. From there, she matched those and a few other letters, which made it easier to read the words. It reminded her of the shift ciphers she and her brother had created as children.
They thought they were being so secretive, but her mother always figured out the messages. It didn't take long before Laura was able to follow the pattern. There was a meeting about this in '98. It mentioned the donation and noted it was supposed to extend the lot westward, but not north, since that parcel already had drainage problems. Edgar blinked and then came to stand behind her so he could see what she was looking at. He smelled spicy, like he had been to the barber shop, with just a hint of something woodsy. Laura touched the margin with one finger that trembled a little at his proximity, and she explained what she had done.
"You are remarkable, Mrs. Stanton."
Edgar straightened.
"Absolutely remarkable."
"Only observant."
She didn't look at him. "I disagree," he said, his voice low. "You notice things others miss, things that matter."
Edgar's words meant more to her than he could possibly understand, even as his praise eased something in her that she only now realized needed soothing. She tried not to read too much into what he'd said. When she moved to rise, he pulled out her chair. His proximity unsettled her and made her entirely too aware of his masculinity. "I hope this helps you resolve the issue. I really must get back to the aunties."
"Of course, and thank you."
Edgar reached for his hat.
"I'll walk you across the street."
Laura wanted to decline, but feared it might be rude. As he guided her from his office, she said, "You should check the June minutes from 1898. It is located with some ledgers, titled Community Development. The minutes reference is near the bottom of the page. There's a small tear in the upper left corner." Edgar stared at her in surprise, which made her defensive. "Mrs. Teague has lived here less than 2 years," Laura explained, and asked if I could discover what kinds of prizes have been awarded at town events in the past. They had reached the buggy, and he faced her.
"I wasn't accusing you of anything. They're public records, and everyone has a right to view them."
Edgar's smile was approving, which helped to ease the tension in her shoulders.
"With your clues, I'll now be sure to find the reference."
The aunties must have seen them coming because they stepped out of the hearth and brew. He tipped his hat first to them and then to her. After bowing to Laura, he turned and headed back toward his office. The butterflies took full flight again. The two ladies, who weren't much older than her mother, had already gotten into the buggy. They watched Laura with interest, but said nothing. After she climbed in and turned to the horse toward the Lucky L, she found herself humming the tune the quartet had sung. Laura doubted she would ever hear the song again and not have Edgar's voice be a part of it. She tried not to think about him, but the power of his personality on her mind and his masculine scent lingered in her senses. Chapter 7. At the sound of footsteps stopping outside, Edgar glanced up from the stack of legal correspondence on his office desk. He hurried to open the door and found Lonzo Wooding standing on the other side, a cardboard box in his hands.
"You finished it already?"
Edgar stepped back to let the young blacksmith apprentice enter.
"Yes, sir."
Lonzo carefully set the box on the edge of Edgar's desk. Tall and lanky, with the broad shoulders common to people in his trade, Lonzo bore no outward scars of his broken jaw earlier in the year. He looked proud, but nervous, as if unsure Edgar would approve of his workmanship. After Edgar opened the crate, he pulled away the cloth wrapping. Nestled inside, Lonzo had done a beautiful job of bringing to life the wrought iron mobile Edgar had described to him, a gift for his new baby cousin. It featured delicate animal silhouettes found in the area, such as a horse, cow, elk, rabbit, dove, and a bear, all suspended from a central iron ring.
I'm impressed.
Edgar had gotten the idea when he saw the fine detail work Lonzo did in making filters for Abe Vosberg's coffee brewing business.
Your craftsmanship is exquisite.
Lonzo grinned, his face flushing.
I dressed the edges so no one would get cut on the thin metal. The animals are balanced on pivot pins in case it needs to be repaired. This is perfect.
Edgar carefully wrapped it again.
I hope you can keep up with all the extra work this will bring you. Since I'm pretty sure Maud will want one too, you might need to talk with your boss about setting up a side job for this kind of thing.
I did. Edgar knew the old blacksmith wasn't particularly forward-thinking. If he wasn't careful, he would lose Lonzo's talents if the young man opened his own business.
And?
Edgar asked. Lonzo merely shrugged. Edgar studied the young man, not wishing to come across as pushy, but also showing support.
We know loyalty matters. However, there comes a time in a man's life when he outgrows his mentor.
And his father's awful legacy.
One of the greatest blessings in moving out west is how much room there is to grow here. It doesn't mean you're turning your back on anyone, simply allowing your unique talents to stretch.
Edgar shot Lonzo a meaningful look.
Especially if he's ready to consider starting a family of his own.
The young man's face flushed the darkest red Edgar had ever seen.
The sheriff gave me permission,
Lonzo mumbled.
To court Ida?
Yes, sir. The boy said the two words with simple reverence. It stirred something deep inside Edgar, a yearning he couldn't quite name, but had felt growing for months. It reminded him of the day of Abe and Hannah's wedding. While joy had swelled around him, Edgar stood apart, as though at a ball where everyone could hear the music except him. All around, his friends were finding their life partners, chosen for love, genuine love, the kind which softened sharp edges and made two people braver together than they were alone. It drove home that his own life lacked something essential. He had been taught to pursue a woman for her wealth, her status, and how else she might improve his standing. That was the currency of affection in his father's world. How did one reach out to a woman whose voice lingered in his mind, not with the grandeur of his youth, but with quiet grace, whose strength made him want to be better than he was, not for recognition, but so he could stand beside her and be worthy? Blinking, Edgar realized he had been caught up in his whimsy, likely caused by his dream of Laura the night before.
I'm happy for you, Lonzo.
Ida seems a hard-working and kind young woman.
She is.
Lonzo shifted on his feet.
He made me promise not to make her cry.
Edgar chuckled, thinking about how teary Judith had become with her pregnancy.
I agree with the sheriff, but sometimes it's not our fault.
Lonzo looked doubtful, but didn't argue.
Thank you again for hiring me to make this for you. It's the first beautiful thing I've ever made. It won't be the last, I'm sure.
Edgar rested his hand on the box. I love that one of my tiny cousin's childhood memories will be of this. Lonzo nodded, looking pleased.
I'd best get over to the hearth and brew.
Don't forget this. Edgar handed over an envelope containing the payment they had agreed on, along with a little extra for the care Lonzo had taken on the project.
Thank you.
Lonzo shoved it into his pocket without opening it, then slipped out the door. Edgar put on his coat and picked up the box. As he carried it to the livery where he kept his buggy, he thought of Marshall and Doris, proud, sleep-deprived, and utterly smitten with their new baby. Edgar smiled at how little Florence and Lydia had already nicknamed their brother, Wally. The memory of Doris's face gazing upon her son lingered. The tenderness in her expression, laced with worry and love, stirred an ache in his chest. Had his mother once looked upon him this way? And when Laura held each of her children, did she carry those maternal fears? The same quiet resolve, stronger now she parented alone? Once again her voice rang in his mind like the bell of a distant sleigh, always at the edge of his awareness, coloring nearly everything he did.
"Cousin Edgar!"
Florence cried, skidding to a stop at the buggy, her younger sister right behind her. Laughing, he handed the reins to one of the cowhands and jumped to the ground. Edgar lifted the box, but had to keep it out of the hands of the little girls. "Easy now, ladies. I come bearing a gift for your brother."
"Aw,"
Lydia whined.
"nothing for us?" "It's Wally's birthday present,"
Florence said sagely. "Exactly," Edgar agreed.
"Oh,"
Lydia breathed.
"Can we see?"
"Let the man be," Marshall said from the open door. "It's time to wash up for supper." When Lydia tried to argue, her father arched a brow at her and said, "Take care, my little blueberry muffin. I'm hungry for something sweet." Squealing, she and Florence raced into the house while he lumbered after them, growling. Following them with the box, Edgar wondered again where his cousin learned how to parent, because it certainly hadn't come from his own father. If ever Edgar met someone that he wished to spend the rest of his life with, he hoped to follow Marshall's example. Once again, Laura's face imposed itself on Edgar's mind. Shaking his head, he opened the box. "What is it?" Marshall asked, looking a little blurry as new fathers in this town tended to. "A mobile." Edgar lifted it. The little girls had returned, wiping their hands on their skirts. Both gasped in delight.
"It's a bunny,"
Lydia pointed.
"and a bear,"
Florence added.
"Oh, Edgar, it's beautiful,"
Doris said from the top of the stairs, carrying her swaddled son. "My love, you promised to rest," Marshall cried, already taking the stairs 2 at a time.
"But Wallace didn't."
Doris allowed her husband to take the baby and came down the stairs, wearing a long-suffering expression. Edgar had learned for himself that, while she might be tender-hearted, it didn't mean she was weak.
"Did you send for this back east?"
she asked, examining each of the hangings. "Lonzo Wooding made it for me."
"It's lovely. When I am fit enough to go to town, I must ask if he will make one for Judith."
Doris met his gaze.
"Will you stay for supper?"
Edgar glanced out the window. "If you're dining soon." She assured him they were, before turning to guide the girls away. Outside, a man rode to the front of the house, calling for one of the cowhands to take his horse. "One of your guests?" Edgar asked. "Fellow named Garrison," Marshall said, lifting the baby to his shoulder and patting his back. "Says he's from Boston and claims to be writing a book." Edgar didn't miss the choice of words. "What kind of book?" "Something about political corruption and societal rebuilding. I didn't ask for more information, and he mostly keeps to himself." Marshall's eyes turned hooded. "He says he knows my mother." Edgar stiffened. "What's this?" "Yesterday, when he came back from town, Garrison said someone mentioned her name.
He says he believes he met her once.
Marshall met Edgar's gaze.
And he wants to pay her his respects. He's polite enough, but I don't like it.
The hair on his neck prickling, Edgar watched the door. It opened, and a tall man in his mid-30s stepped inside. With sharp eyes and a confident bearing, he wore clothes like the ones donned back east. Here, the locals would call him a city slicker or a dandy, as they had once named Edgar.
"Ah, Breckenridge,"
the man said affably as he removed his riding gloves.
"Do you have a new guest?"
"No, this is Edgar Lowell, the town's prosecutor." Marshall didn't mention the family connection. The corner of the man's face twitched, and Edgar wondered why. But Marshall must have a reason not to share that bit of information. So Edgar was grateful for having honed a poker face in court.
"Phineas Garrison, a pleasure."
He extended his hand, his smile not reaching his eyes. Just like so many of the phony high society men Edgar had detested in New York. He accepted the handshake.
"I hear you're writing a book." "Indeed. There are so many fascinating stories from the East that never make it this far west."
Garrison's gaze flicked to Marshall. For the barest second, something cold seemed to flash there, but was gone so quickly Edgar might have imagined it. The guest continued.
"If you don't mind, Breckenridge, I will take my meal in my room."
With a crisp tip of his head, he strode up the stairs, the heels of his boots striking sharply on the wood.
"And he wants to see Auntie?" Edgar mused. "I think not." "My thoughts exactly. You should go on into the dining room while I let Mrs. Hauser know. I really must add an extra charge when people want their food delivered to their rooms."
Marshall headed toward the kitchen. Edgar stared up the stairs, considering. He had learned to read people and come to trust his instincts, even when he couldn't put his finger on what didn't sit well. Regardless of the reason the man claimed to have come to Lilac City, it wasn't to write a book. Chapter 8. Laura settled Artie and Rosie near the front counter of the Hearth and Brew, where she could keep an eye on them while she worked. Lately, Mrs. McDaniel had taken to sending her into town to collect the mail and pick up supplies from the mercantile. By leaving early, Laura could use the extra time to help her mother with the morning baking. It also gave the children more time with their grandmother, which made all of them happier. "I really like those Lucky L folks," her mother said as they washed the dishes together. "They've been good to you."
"I'm not surprised,"
Abe called from his roasting workstation, separated from the rest of the area by a half wall, but still visible for people who wanted to watch the process. Mother gave a soft smile, but said nothing. Laura hadn't seen her this happy since her father had died. To be honest, since before they had moved to San Francisco. When Frank had accepted the job there, never could any of them have imagined it would eventually lead them to this small Wyoming town. "I agree," Laura said to Abe. "I could not have asked for kinder or more accommodating employers." In truth, especially with Frances, they seemed more like extended family. As though summoned by the thought, Frances pulled up in front of the coffee house. Drying her hands, Laura hurried to the door and unlocked it. They would open in a few minutes anyway. "I'm taking Maddie over to Auntie's place," Frances announced, jumping from the wagon. The new house built for the Aunties sat on Lucky L land, but near the border with the Circle B Ranch, and a few miles in the opposite direction from town. Laura chuckled. "So Frances is taking you on the scenic route?" she said to Maddie as she carefully climbed down.
"Apparently so,"
The young woman straightened the split skirt she wore, a bit uncomfortable in it. Frances had likely donated it from her own collection, since Laura hadn't had time yet to teach Lady Wycliffe how to alter a gown. Her willful determination to do things that her ducal father would not approve of troubled Laura. It reminded her too much of her younger brother's reckless streak back in San Francisco. "I have another lesson with Mr. Ito this morning, and Maddie wanted to see what they're like." Frances gave Laura an assessing glance. "You should come, too. Women need to know how to protect themselves." Laura shook her head. "I have the children with me." "You might need to protect them, too, someday," Frances shrugged. "We never know what could happen." "You should go," Mother insisted as she handed each child a half a muffin. "You know I can never get enough time with them." "If you're sure." Sometimes Laura felt like she imposed on the kindness of too many people. Her mother shot her a flat look and waved Laura off. So she kissed her children's now sticky faces, put on her coat, and left with Frances and Maddie. Never in Laura's wildest dreams would she have imagined attending a defense lesson with a duke's daughter and a lady deputy sheriff. From the expression on Maddie's face, she must have had a similar thought. Laura had to bite back a laugh. In recent mornings, the air had grown brisker. There had been no snow yet, though Mrs. McDaniel had said it wasn't too early to get some. Last year had been a brutal winter, which Laura hoped would not repeat itself. She and her family were still adjusting from the temperate San Francisco climate, and she wondered if London got as cold in the winter as northern Wyoming.
"I do not understand how you convinced me to come to this,"
Maddie muttered, though her tone had an edge of excitement.
"He won't truly throw us over his shoulder, will he?"
"Not Laura, since she isn't dressed for it." Frances grinned before turning to Maddie. "But Mr. Ito is respectful. He told me it's not about strength, but about using your attacker's energy against them. It's meant to help someone smaller stop a bigger attacker." Her expression darkened. "What?" Laura asked, pulling her to a stop. "I had to use what he taught me last winter, and it made me realize I needed to learn more." Frances arched a brow, her shoulders relaxing. "Especially now that I'm a deputy. In training, anyway. Somehow, I need to convince Mr. Ito to teach me grappling." Maddie's eyes widened. "My youngest brother had a friend in the military who gave him something called a grappling hook. It looked positively menacing. I thought this was not about attacking." "Oh, grappling is different," Frances explained as they resumed walking. "It's for what you can do if your attacker knocks you to the ground. Mr. Ito won't work with me on it because he says it would make Nick angry at him." She grinned. "I'm trying to convince Nick to be the attacker instead. Then he can't be mad." Her expression turned dreamy, as it often did when she spoke of her husband. Laura now found herself intrigued. After the incident at the ranch when that cowboy had shown more bravado than manners, she had lain awake more than one night, trying to think of what she would have done if he had turned aggressive. She didn't want to be scared again. They reached the small building near the old train platform that Mr. Ito used for lessons. The spare but clean room had woven mats covering the floor, and sunlight filtered from the windows high on the walls. Mr. Ito greeted them with a respectful bow. "Ladies, thank you for coming." Laura wasn't sure what to do, but then Frances bowed back to him. Exchanging a quick glance with Maddie, Laura did the same, with Maddie quickly following. Frances then removed her shoes. "You too," she ordered. Once the three ladies stood in their bare feet, which seemed a little scandalous, Mr. Ito spoke.
"We begin with breath.
His measured voice helped ease Laura's concern. He didn't smile exactly, but his calm presence was more focused than cold. Frances stepped into position and began an unfamiliar series of movements where she stretched, bent at the waist, rolled her shoulders, and shifted her feet. It was almost like a dance, practiced and graceful. Laura tried to mimic the movements. She felt foolish at first, especially when Maddie picked it up with ease, likely from having spent so much time in ballrooms. Finally, Laura caught on, her body loosening as the movements became more familiar. Mr. Ito began a demonstration showing how a person of smaller stature could redirect force rather than resist it. Then came the instruction on something Frances murmured were joint locks. Laura paid close attention, her entire body alert. With Frances as his assistant, Mr. Ito showed a simple joint lock. Move wrong, it hurt. When grab your wrist, no pull away. Step forward instead, Frances said. It will unbalance them. She took his wrist, and in one smooth, flowing motion, Mr. Ito rotated her arm outward, guided her elbow into a bend, and shifted his weight to turn her gently, but firmly, off balance. Wincing, she dropped into a crouch, her back straight and one knee almost brushing the mat. As soon as it hurts, I tap the floor or his arm, just like this. Frances rapped twice on the mat beside her. Mr. Ito nodded. Means surrender. You feel pressure? No wait for pain. Hurt each other no good. Laura's mind whirled with possibilities. This is a joint lock because you lock the attacker's joint into position and then move. Why have I never heard of this before?
It's brilliant, Maddie agreed. There have been occasions back home when I would have liked to do something like this to a dance partner.
You now, Mr. Ito nodded at Laura. No worry, I move slow. Heart thudding, she stepped into place. I attack her. He gently grasped her wrist. Laura replayed the motions in her mind. The pivot of the wrist, the bend of the elbow, the subtle shift of the hips. Every joint position, every angle had imprinted itself on her memory like lines in a ledger. She stepped forward, slightly to the side, just as instructed. Her right hand found his wrist. Her left settled above his elbow, fingers curling into a secure grip. Now, turn, he prompted. Laura shifted her weight, rotating her body as Frances had. Mr. Ito moved with her, his balance tipping as his knees bent. The joint alignment felt right, clean and controlled, almost mathematical, something she could understand. He winced and gave the signal for surrender. She released him at once.
Did I hurt you?
She asked, worried. No, you respect movement. Mr. Ito rose and considered her. You do this before? I just have a good memory and paid attention to how Frances's elbow stayed close to her side and the way her wrist was angled to keep tension in the forearm. He arched a brow. You watch well. She does, Frances said from the side. Mrs. Stanton remembers everything. Not quite. Heat crept up Laura's face at the praise. For once, her unusual memory felt like a strength rather than a burden, one that could help protect. While Mr. Ito worked with Frances on more complicated moves, Laura and Maddie took seats near the door.
You have quite the knack for this, Maddie said. If you remember it this well, I would love to practice with you at the ranch.
Then her face fell. Ah, yes, you will be staying with the aunties, Laura sympathized. I doubt they would approve.
I am sure they would not.
Maddie slumped, looking defeated. Do you think they would mind if you visited the Lucky L regularly? You have made friends with Frances, after all. You are a sly one. Maddie straightened, her entire countenance alight.
Laura shook her head.
What I am is a maid who is paid to clean rooms and change bedding, and I'm also the sole support for myself and my 2 children.
Maddie's face faded.
I understand what you mean. However, I am learning that is only part of what you are.
Her expression turned thoughtful.
Just as I am more than a duke's daughter and a political pawn to be moved across the chessboard.
Her eyes brightened again.
But have no fear, we will find a way. Or rather, Frances will. I have never met anyone as determined as she is.
After a quick knock on the door, Charles Merrick, the deputy, stepped in, his expression tight. He didn't seem surprised to see Frances there, but when he recognized Laura and Maddie, his brows nearly disappeared under his hairline.
I apologize for the intrusion, ladies. Mr. Ito, might I have a quick word?
The little man nodded and stepped outside. Charles closed the door behind them.
I wonder what that's about,
Frances said, leaning her head toward the door as she wiped her brow with a handkerchief. Maddie mimicked the motion, whispering,
Do you know him well?
He's my brother-in-law, and now kind of my boss, since he's training me to be a deputy. Charles used to be a Pinkerton agent and escorted me and my sisters out here. He's the one who taught me my first joint lock. Frances stepped away from the door and went to sit by her shoes. We're done for today anyway, so we might as well get dressed. By the time they were presentable again, Charles must have finished and departed, because Mr. Ito re-entered alone. He whispered something to Frances, but then came to Laura.
You want to learn more? I teach you.
I would love to, Mr. Ito, but I cannot afford to pay for anything extra, nor do I have the time. He gave an understanding nod and bowed. Everyone went through the process again, but as they were about to walk out the door, he called after them,
Have Mrs. Frances teach you.
Once they were outside, Frances murmured, What do you know? You impressed him. Well, Mr. Ito had impressed Laura, too, but she didn't say so. She would, however, like to find a way to practice what she had learned.
What did your brother-in-law want?
Maddie asked as they crossed the road. Something about someone new in town who's asking questions. Frances glanced at each of them. Mr. Ito wouldn't say more, but told me we should all pay attention. In a town where the men outnumber women by so much, I believe we should always pay attention. Laura recalled too well the looks she received on a daily basis. They didn't necessarily signal ill intent, but she had met too many men who thought women should be grateful for any attention. And if they weren't, some men turned mean. Edgar stepped from the hearth and brew. Good morning, ladies. He nodded his head at them as a group, but his steady blue eyes lingered on Laura. A shaft of morning light caught his hair, making it shine. There was a stillness to his jaw, as though he wanted to say something, yet he didn't. She wondered how often he had to bite back words in court. But what was he not saying now? When are you coming out again so we can practice? Frances asked. Edgar pulled his gaze from Laura, almost reluctantly it seemed, and his expression turned thoughtful. I will have to wait until Saturday when I don't have appointments. It's dark now by the time I'm finished for the day. He glanced back at Laura. But I'm looking forward to it. So was she. Chapter 9. You're good at this, Edgar admitted to Sheriff Cogburn as they finished the planning session for an upcoming trial. Always the surprise, the giant of a man said, though his tone held no censure.
Edgar shrugged. Sorry, but you did spend the better part of a decade with your head in a bottle. How well you've stayed away has impressed me, but I had no idea you knew so much about the law.
Closing the file, he stood. Rising and arching his back, Otis gave one of his slow grins, something that had shocked Edgar the first time he'd seen one.
You youngsters need to learn to look beyond the wrinkles and gray hair. Those are proof that a whole lot of living has happened. My pa ran cattle in Kansas, and I learned from him, but I had my eye on the law. I spent 2 years reading under a county judge, but he dropped dead of a heart attack. His replacement had a grudge against my family and slammed the door on my future. So I headed west. Back in Kansas, being quick on the draw kept you alive. Knowing the law could keep you out of jail. It made me useful, and the sheriff's badge came easy. Then I met Ida's ma.
Otis's expression took on the pained look it got whenever he spoke of his late wife. He met Edgar's gaze and said, almost fiercely,
A woman's peace of mind is the most important, especially when she's put her trust in you to take care of her. So don't you be disappointing her.
Edgar didn't know what he was talking about, and therefore had no idea how to respond, until Otis's face brightened, and he pointed out the window.
There she is now. Her ma's a fine woman and has taught her daughter well. It's about time her life stopped being so hard.
The wagon driving by held Nick and Frances Reynolds, and Laura Stanton. Otis gave Edgar a sidelong glance.
I noticed you watching her at Abe's wedding. At first I thought it was the lighting, or maybe the music, that had caught your attention. But here you are, at it again.
For a moment, Edgar didn't know how to respond. He threw on his coat and grabbed the folder.
They're in town for a quartet practice. I don't wish to be late. I meant what I said, Lowell.
The sheriff's expression turned stern.
I've learned from plenty of men in town who fancy they're in love with Mrs. Stanton without ever saying a word to her. They're all worked up about the monthly dances starting again. Ain't a one of them worthy of her, so you had best make your intentions clear. But I've seen the way you look at her.
Edgar shook his head. Yes, he found her intriguing, but nothing more than that. Otis narrowed his eyes, taking on a stern father persona, one Edgar had seen the man use with Lonzo Wooding, who was courting the sheriff's daughter.
Don't you go trifling with that young woman's affections.
When Edgar opened his mouth to insist he hadn't, the sheriff interrupted.
I've seen the way she looks at you, too.
That made Edgar shut his mouth with a snap. He would never wish Mrs. Stanton to believe he had feelings for her when he didn't. But even as he had the thought, the wrongness struck him. Just as wrong as his automatic impression of her mother's wedding, that Laura, as a maid, was beneath him. The sheriff clapped an understanding hand on Edgar's shoulder, pulling him from his thoughts.
"Thank you,"
Edgar said.
"I'd best hurry."
He turned out to be the first at the community hall where they had agreed to meet for the practice. Unfortunately, it gave him time to think about the sheriff's accusation, because that was what it had felt like. Had Edgar unknowingly toyed with Laura's affections? Sure, there was a pull to her such as he had not experienced with any other woman. But how could he proceed until he knew what would happen with the judgeship? If he asked to court her, and he was then offered the position, then what? It included a great deal of travel. The current judge only made it to Lilac City a handful of times a year. "Sorry we're late," Frances called cheerfully as she entered the large room with Nick on her heels. Mary Teague needed us to pick up a package for Judith. Then Laura entered, and Edgar's breath caught. Unlike the women he had known back in New York, she was not dressed to impress, and yet she still managed to do so. How could her quiet smile light up the room so much? "How did your meeting go with the sheriff?" Frances asked. Edgar forced his gaze away from Laura.
I was going to ask how you like Cogburn, now that you're working for him.
Frances put on such a scowl that Nick laughed and said,
He made her write a report.
"And I can tell you it was nothing like the things they made me write about in finishing school." Frances made a sound of disgust. 4 pages. "His daughter, Ida, told me he loves paperwork," Laura said as she removed her coat.
I hate to admit it, but all those notes make the prosecution easier.
Edgar tried not to watch the widow, but had to keep forcing his eyes away from her. Drat the sheriff for putting ideas in Edgar's mind.
Well, I love to see my wife get flustered, because it don't happen too often, and it's kind of adorable.
Nick grinned broadly at Frances. She shot him a dark look, but then kissed him. Amused, Edgar turned his head and found Laura watching them, apparently unaware that he was watching her now. She glanced at him and held his gaze for a moment before dropping it, her cheeks going pink. The sheriff's words came back again in a rush, and Edgar stepped toward the piano.
We had best get some work done, so you folks can head back to the Lucky L before it's dark.
Frances sat at the piano and spread out the music. It was fortunate she was such a gifted pianist, because otherwise he didn't know how she could sing and play at the same time. His mother had forced him to take lessons for a couple of years, but he had never been very good at it, though he was grateful now that he knew how to read the notes. He couldn't help paying particular attention to Laura's voice. Her pitch was exact. He had known singers in other quartets and in college who had precision but lacked warmth. When she sang, it felt like someone had opened a window to his heart and lit it up. The practice flowed easily, with Frances only playing the harsh taskmaster for a little while, where before she had led the group. This time, Nick did it. When the Christmas song, Bring a Torch, Jeanette Isabella, opened with the soprano and alto together, he stood riveted beside Nick, transfixed by the beauty of their harmony.
Wow. Yes.
Nick elbowed him lightly.
We sure can't let them down. Too right.
"Wake up, men," Frances chided them and played their opening notes once more. After fumbling their song entry, they tried once more and got it right. Edgar was impressed again with how well they sounded together.
You ladies have chosen an excellent selection of songs for us to sing,
he admitted when they had gone through God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, too.
I believe we are good enough to compete on a state level.
You can be known as the singing judge, Frances teased. Now, Judith wants us to end with Silent Night, and Mary Teague suggested we sing it a cappella, but let's work on that next time. She rose from the piano bench. "We're going to make people cry."
"Hopefully in a good way," Nick said.
"I must hurry to collect the children from Mother." Laura picked up her coat. "I need to talk to the pastor about Sunday's music," Frances said.
"Laura, we'll come by for y'all with the wagon,"
Nick added. Edgar forced himself to remain behind until everyone had left. He must not do anything to give Laura, Mrs. Stanton, the wrong impression. He didn't leave the community hall until he had given everyone enough time to go their separate ways. Stepping outside, Edgar shivered at the chill in the autumn breeze that carried the scent of wood smoke and pine. He tugged on his gloves and turned toward the boarding house. From the other side of the building came the sound of raised male voices and the higher pitch of a woman. Edgar increased his pace and poked his head around to find Laura Stanton outside the newspaper office, which had closed for the day. Never before had he experienced the sensation of his blood running cold. At the same time, an icy chill went down his spine. She stood near the wall, her hands folded tightly in front of her, while two cowboys towered over her. One, a tall man with an easy grin and hooded eyes, leaned toward her.
"Aw, come on now, missy," he coaxed. "I heard you was a widow and will be missing your man. Don't seem right that someone as pretty as you should be sitting out at the dance next week."
"I told you before that I will not be attending," Laura said, her voice firm but quiet. The second cowboy chuckled.
"No need to be playing hard to get when all we're offering is a good time."
"You presume incorrectly that either of you could possibly know what I might consider a good time." She sounded more like Frances now. The first one tisked.
"Now, don't be like that. We're just being friendly."
Edgar had seen enough. While the men weren't being exactly forceful, they were preventing her from continuing to the hearth and brew. It was nothing more than coercion dressed up in charm, an attempt to make her feel small and trapped. He strode forward.
"Gentlemen,"
he said, his voice cold and clipped,
"is there a problem here?"
Both men straightened at once. The second one's mouth attempted to make a smile, but failed dismally.
"Not at all, Lowell. We was just talking to this lady." "Do either of you men have a sister?"
Edgar asked, meeting and holding each man's gaze until they nodded.
"What would you think if you came upon your sisters pressed against a wall with two strange men towering over her? Would you accept their explanation that they were only talking to her?"
Once again, he looked into each of the men's eyes. Both had the decency to flush and drop their gazes.
"Sorry, ma'am. I meant no offense."
The second cowboy turned and hurried away. The taller of the two hesitated, but then mumbled,
"Same here."
He dashed after his friend.
"Next time a lady tells you no,"
Edgar called after them,
"believe that she means it."
Once they were out of hearing, he turned back to Laura.
"Are you all right?"
"I am now." She brushed a strand of hair aside, a slight tremor in her hand. Shame at his selfishness made his words come out rough.
"I should have offered to walk you to the coffee house."
Laura let out a long sigh. "It wasn't the first time something like this has happened, and I doubt it will be the last." Edgar forced his jaw muscles to relax.
"It shouldn't happen at all."
She offered a faint smile before glancing away. "You are hardly responsible for the poor behavior of others." Thinking back on his mother and the abuse she had suffered at his father's hands, Edgar disagreed.
"Perhaps it is my job to stand between people like them and the women they try to take advantage of."
Laura met his gaze then, and something passed between them. It wasn't merely her beauty or her grace that stirred him, though both of those were there. Was it the ache she rarely showed others, the strength beneath her stillness? There was so much about this enigmatic woman he wanted to learn. Edgar glanced away first, but her image lingered in his mind. "Well, I must hurry," Laura said. "Mother will be waiting."
"Allow me to escort you this time."
Edgar offered her his arm. She wrapped her fingers around the crook of his elbow, tentative but trusting. When he couldn't resist covering her hand with his, she didn't pull away. They walked in silence, her skirt brushing against his trousers, driving home the growing awareness he felt for her. As they walked past the sheriff's office, Otis stood watching from the window, wearing an expression Edgar didn't want to read. He opened the door to the cafe for Laura. She released his arm and stepped inside. The two young children squealed with delight when they saw her. After closing the door, he headed towards his boarding house once again. Otis's words stayed with Edgar long after he had eaten supper and gone to bed. As he fell asleep, the sound of her quiet voice echoed in his mind. It was no longer enough to simply admire Laura from afar. But she was a mystery he didn't dare solve. Chapter 10. Laura pinned the last sheet to the drying line in the laundry area behind Thimble Hollow, the whimsical name the aunties had chosen for their home upon their return. Mr. Breckenridge and Mr. Hamblin had chosen a lovely spot to build it, and it really was in a hollow to protect the ladies from the wind that could get intense, especially in the winter. Laura could only hope the two older ladies wouldn't get trapped out here if this winter ended up as bad as the previous one. Shivering, she wondered how much longer she could hang the laundry outside. Fortunately, not all the furniture for the bedrooms had arrived yet, and one of them would work to hang the clothing in to dry.
"Are you finally finished?"
Maddie called from the back door, a touch of petulance in her voice. "I am now." Laura had to resist the temptation to laugh as she picked up the basket and headed back to the house. If her ladyship's Duke father had intended to punish his recalcitrant daughter by isolating her, he had certainly chosen the perfect location to send her. Laura, however, doubted he had meant for his daughter to make friends with such common people as herself, and definitely not someone as progressive as Frances. Laura had barely stepped into the house when Maddie started in.
"I must speak with you about this dance everyone is raving about. Frances said so many men attend that ladies must carry a card to keep them from being fought over. Surely that is an exaggeration."
"You must remember that I've only lived here for 6 months myself," Laura said as she swept the room, "so I can only tell you what I've heard. However, the previous sheriff is my stepfather now, and Abe told me when they held their first dance, the men outnumbered the women by so much that a brawl resulted. Now, they won't allow a man in who's been drinking, and he has to have a dance card proving a young woman has agreed to dance with him. It must have been a nightmare. The ratio of men to women was even greater back then."
"Good heavens, it was worse?"
Maddie asked, disbelieving.
"I never feel as if I can go anywhere in town without being stared at by the men."
Laura paused to give the younger woman a pat on the shoulder. "You're also rather unique here, being both English and aristocratic. Even if you were an old married woman, you would still have people staring at you. I suggest you just ignore the attention. Eventually they'll get used to you and stop." Maddie turned thoughtful, so Laura continued her sweeping. Finally, the young woman turned to her.
"I was hesitant to attend, considering how many ruffians will be allowed, but the aunties have said they will be there, so it surely will not be too wild."
Maddie's expression held a mixture of worry and anticipation.
"You will come, of course?"
Laura hadn't planned on it, since everyone at the Lucky L Ranch, including the guests, had said they would attend. It would be an opportunity to have a quiet evening at home with her children. Her expression must have given her away, because Maddie grabbed her arm.
"Oh, but you must. I have set my heart on being there, if only to see how you Americans conduct yourselves at events such as this."
"I promise this dance will be nothing like the kinds of events you have attended in England." Laura warned, making her voice as soothing as she could. Not even like the posh balls you would have gone to in New York or San Francisco, either. If you haven't noticed, you're surrounded by humble people here, folks who work hard for what they have. They don't have a lot of energy left at the end of the day, but they still want to have some fun, so they play hard too. Maddie's expression turned excited, and something about the gleam in her eye reminded Laura of when Artie was up to no good. "What are you thinking?" Laura asked, wary.
"You do not understand what my life was like."
Maddie paced the room.
"Yes, I had everything I could want and attended all the social functions, but I found they were only so my father could display me as a prize to be won by the highest bidder."
She stopped, her already pale complexion nearly white now.
"And when my father finally accepted one, he signed the marriage contract without consulting me, all for political gain."
Maddie looked like she might be ill.
"The man is twice my age and vile. I refused, and father called me selfish and sent me here without servants or money, claiming it would make me appreciate how he has pampered me."
The fear in Maddie's eyes about broke Laura's heart, and she pulled the younger woman into an embrace. Unsurprisingly, she burst into tears. Somehow, they must find a way to help the poor thing. But was it even possible when dealing with a citizen of another country and the daughter of a member of the British nobility? Laura eased them both onto the bench near the door by a basket of mending. She reached for a lace-edged handkerchief and handed it to Maddie.
"I didn't mean to turn into a watering pot,"
the girl murmured with a sniff. "I would cry, too, if my father was forcing me to marry someone horrible. Marriage is difficult enough when you love and respect your husband." Laura wondered how one became emancipated from parental rule. "How old are you?"
"I am 20.
When they both pulled faces, Laura laughed, which made Maddie giggle. "I know this means your father still has authority over you, but I believe he has made a grave mistake if he believes sending you here will tame you." Laura shot the girl a knowing look. "And I seriously doubt he would have sent you here if he had known about Francis." Maddie burst out laughing then, the freest sound Laura had ever heard the girl make.
"You are correct there, and my friendship with her has made me even more determined to vanquish my father."
"Exactly. The English aristocracy must understand that Yankee ingenuity isn't limited to the men here." Before Maddie could respond, a soft thud upstairs made Laura tilt her head, listening in case the children had woken from their naps. When no other sound followed, she stood to collect the empty clothes basket. Maddie moved to the window and sucked in a breath. At the sharpness of the sound, Laura stepped beside her. Maddie had gone still as stone, her gaze locked on something beyond the drying laundry. "What do you see?" Laura whispered.
"There,"
Maddie breathed.
"in the shadow of the trees."
Squinting, Laura peered at the edge of the property. A man stood there, unmoving, as he watched the house. Dressed in a dark coat and hat, he looked ordinary enough, but he carried a stillness about him that unsettled her. Then the watcher must have realized he had been spotted. With an abrupt turn, he stepped back into the trees and disappeared.
"Please, no."
Maddie clutched her hands to her chest.
"He has come for me already."
"Your father?" Laura turned to face her. "Why would he do that so soon? You've only been here a couple of weeks. We don't know who that man is. It could be anyone. A guest from either of the ranches, though he didn't look familiar to me." It might be one of the cowhands sent to work on the property.
They always come to the door to make sure the aunties know.
Maddie shook her head.
Why would someone who did not have ill intent watch the house from the shrubbery?
The girl knew her father, so Laura didn't argue, but glanced out the window again. Whoever the man, it appeared he had gone because the edge of the woods looked empty now. Merely the branches of birch and ash trees swaying gently in the breeze. "I'll speak to Mr. McDaniel," Laura said. "I'm sure they will alert the men that someone has been lurking around here." Maddie continued to stare out the window.
"I won't go back. I'll run away first."
Laura's heart tightened. A young woman with no money and little life experience on the run? "Maddie, please don't do anything rash. You have people here who care about you, and we won't let him take you." The young woman nodded, but didn't look convinced. Laura believed the Duke could be a threat in the future, but her powerful unease told her the man in the woods could be a different kind of threat. Had his intent been to be seen, so he could unnerve the ladies here? As Edgar rose up the rise approaching the auntie's house, he reined in his horse to appreciate the view. It really was a lovely spot, with the house nestled in the trees for shelter. It was fitting that the old ladies who loved needlework had chosen the name Thimble Hollow. Motion to the side caught Edgar's attention. A man loitered near the copse of birch and ash, where the tree line met the property edge. While the man appeared relaxed, with his hands tucked in the pockets of a dark coat, there was something about his posture that troubled Edgar. Then he understood why. Phineas Garrison, the Circle B's so-called writer guest. He wasn't admiring the view, not with his attention fixed on the house. Where before he had been dressed fashionably, now he wore simple clothes, plain enough to pass as a guest at either ranch. The man turned and disappeared into the woods. Edgar had been part of the decision when Marshall and Luke chose this location, and he'd made himself familiar with it. He nudged his horse into motion and galloped along a path that would take him around the copse of trees to the road leading to the Circle B. He was waiting when the man stepped from the trees. "Mr. Garrison," Edgar said in a greeting, though he kept his tone measured, neither accusing nor welcoming. The man startled, but quickly put on a pleasant enough smile. "Ah, the attorney. Edgar Lowell. You've wandered far from the main ranch house." "Have I?" Garrison glanced back toward the woods. "It is quite scenic here. I thought I would stretch my legs before supper." "You wandered," Edgar said, putting added emphasis on the word. "Off Circle B property and onto private land." "Ah, well, that was not my intent." Garrison gave a chuckle that rang hollow, and no humor reached his eyes. "I'll be sure to stick to the road next time." Edgar said nothing, allowing the silence to grow heavy between them. Garrison shifted slightly before offering a nod and heading in the direction of the Circle B ranch house. After watching until the man disappeared from view, Edgar returned to Thimble Hollow. Motion by one of the front curtains told him they were home. Had they noticed the uninvited observer? The aunties would inevitably invite him to stay for tea, and Edgar wanted to speak to Mr. McDaniel about the incident without delay. After being part of so many court cases, Edgar had learned to trust his gut. Or was it a higher power? Regardless, something about Garrison didn't sit right. By the time Edgar rode into town, the afternoon light had taken on a golden, drifting quality that came just before dusk. He crossed the dusty street toward the sheriff's office and had nearly reached the steps when Otis stepped out the door.
"Just got word from the county commission."
He waved Edgar inside. Edgar's mouth had gone dry, and he had to swallow before he could ask.
"About the judgeship?" "Yep."
Otis handed over a folded letter with a faint grin.
"You're on the list."
Edgar stared at the seal. This had been his dream since college, but especially when Abe, the previous sheriff, had encouraged him to take the prosecutor's job. Taking a deep breath, he opened it and read the words. Final candidate interviews within the month. Appointment by Winter. Tapping his fingers on his chin, Edgar tried to analyze his feelings. This was a step toward security and influence. It should feel like progress. Instead, his thoughts shifted to Laura, then to the edge of the woods, and Garrison's smile with the cold intent behind it.
"I appreciate you letting me know,"
Edgar said as he folded the letter and slid it into his coat pocket. Otis studied him for a moment.
"I expected more enthusiasm from you."
"I did too." Edgar gave a faint smile. "I'm merely concerned about the timing of this."
"If someone else gets the job, it could be years before you have a shot at it again." "You're right."
Edgar had much to think about. Chapter 11. The next day, Edgar had barely made it through the sheriff's office door before Otis started in.
"I had a chance to talk with McDaniel in Breckenridge. You were right to follow that Garrison fella."
The older man muttered, thumbing through a thin stack of notes on his desk.
"McDaniel says Garrison claimed he was drawing trees for a landscape chapter in that book he's writing. Breckenridge told me he's only seen the man with a sketchbook once, and that was when he first arrived at the Circle B."
Charles stood by the window, arms crossed.
"You think he's snooping around for something else?"
"The aunties own nothing worth stealing." Frances shook her head. "Auntie Elle lost nearly everything when Uncle William was arrested." She shifted her gaze to Edgar. "You know how evil the people were that he was involved with there at the end. I sure hope none of them think she has something they might want. She took a risk by hiring Charles behind Uncle Williams's back, and she's suffered enough at his hands. We have a duty to protect her."
"I completely agree."
Edgar drummed his fingers on the table.
"If they have nothing worth stealing, what else could Garrison be after?"
Otis scratched the back of his neck.
"I ain't disagreeing with any of this, but we've got no evidence the man's done anything wrong."
"Except trespass," Frances said dryly.
"Which he explained away."
When she started to argue, Edgar held up a hand.
"Thimble Hollow sits close to the border of the two ranches. He wouldn't even have been trespassing if he'd been a guest at the Lucky L instead of the Circle B. I'm all for stopping something before it happens,"
Otis said, rising to his feet.
"But if we confront him formally, we risk stirring up dust we can't sweep back."
"You're right," Charles frowned.
"But he hasn't broken the law yet, and he might not. It's no crime to set someone's teeth on edge."
Glad he wasn't the only one Garrison had that effect on. Edgar stood as well.
"Then we keep watch, quietly, and we let the others know to be alert." "Even the aunties?" Charles asked. "I'm afraid that might keep them up at night."
Frances turned thoughtful. "Maybe, but I think it's a mistake to underestimate them, especially Auntie Elle. She had the gumption to work against Uncle William, and that was no small thing. I would hate for her to be caught unaware if something is really going on." Edgar pictured the house tucked in the hollow. of how Auntie B always made sure guests left with something wrapped in paper, and of Auntie L's cast-iron skillet on the stove, ready to make visitors feel welcome.
"They deserve to know someone's been near their house," he said finally. "But we don't need to alarm them, not yet. I'll stop by later today to see how they're doing and remind them to lock their doors." "They're not stupid," Charles warned. "When you mention locking up, they'll want to know why." "True enough. So I'll just be honest and say we spotted some new folks hanging around where they shouldn't be, and that it's not a bad idea to be cautious."
Edgar shrugged.
"I think they'll understand without jumping to conclusions." "Sounds like a plan," Otis agreed. "Morning trains due." Charles glanced at Frances. "You coming?"
"Yep."
She adjusted the holster on her hips before putting on her coat and following him from the office. "That is one thing I never thought I would live to see," Otis observed as he watched the pair cross in front of the window outside. "She's already shown she's good with a rifle, so why not a pistol?"
But Edgar hadn't forgotten the concerns Abe had expressed about her in the job before he retired as sheriff. He'd said she was like a daughter to him. The local ruffians had learned not to test her. She carried herself with the same calm authority she always had, only now with a badge to back it up. Still, Edgar didn't trust them. Polite smiles and a lack of heckling didn't mean they had changed their stripes, only that they hadn't found an opportunity to challenge her yet. Otis eased himself back into his chair with a grunt. He pulled a folded slip of paper from the edge of his desk and flicked it open.
"The mayor stopped by earlier," he said, not looking up. "Mentioned that, with the dances starting again, it's time to do something he'd been thinking about for a while. Seems he wants us to draft an ordinance requiring folks coming into town to check their firearms with the sheriff's office."
Edgar blinked.
"Everyone?" "That's the idea." Otis frowned. "No more open carrying at the Mercantile, the boarding houses, or down Main Street." "It's good of the mayor to think ahead." Edgar leaned a shoulder against the doorframe, arms crossed. "But if it's not handled well, folks will fight it, especially the ranch hands." "That's what I told him." Otis looked up from the paper. "I also reminded him that Charles will step down come spring, so it would only be me and Frances, and she's still learning the shape of the badge." Edgar gave a soft chuckle. "You would need another deputy at minimum. It's one thing to pay Frances a training wage, and another to have 2 full-time deputies. The council would have to raise taxes." "Yep." Otis heaved out a breath. "I forgot how much politicking was involved in being a sheriff. I thought the mayor would have seen that coming." "I'm sure he does," Edgar said. "I don't disagree that we need to make the town safer, but it comes with a price tag." They fell silent for a moment, each lost in thought. Outside, wagon wheels clattered over the packed dirt road, and the distant whistle of the arriving train cut through the quiet. Laura was walking along the boardwalk, helping her daughter navigate the various gaps between the planks. Tiny, careful, unrushed steps. "What if we ease into it?" Edgar suggested, straightening. Otis arched a brow. "We could start with the dance." Edgar paced the room, trying not to watch Laura from the corner of his eye. "Require all weapons be checked for that. Then we could expand it to all public gatherings, including town meetings. Target the places where things tend to get rowdy, especially where there are ladies in attendance." Otis nodded. "I like it. Could work. And we wouldn't be taking guns from ranchers out in the field. It's not all that different from refusing entry to the dance by anyone who's been drinking. And if folks get used to no guns there, expanding the rule across town later won't feel like a shock."
Otis grinned.
"It would also give us time to adjust,"
Edgar added.
"and see how people resist. Fines might bring in enough to pay for an extra deputy."
Otis rubbed his jaw, looking doubtful.
"It's still not going to sit well with everyone."
"Change never does," Edgar agreed, watching as Laura guided her children into the mercantile.
"That's true enough."
Otis leaned back.
"You go ahead and draft the first stage, and I'll talk to the mayor. I think I can convince him to sell it to the townsfolk as a temporary trial. In my experience, people like it better if they feel they can change it back later." "I'll get to work on it."
Edgar put on his coat and hat, his mind already on Thimble Hollow and telling himself he shouldn't stop at the mercantile first. Still, his feet took him there anyway, even as he gave himself a mental caution about seeking Laura's company. Because what would happen to her if he got the judgeship? The question struck harder than expected. He had accepted the job as a prosecutor, seeing it as a stepping stone. An appointment as judge would be the culmination of his goal, and prove to himself that he had regained his respectability. But the amount of traveling the job required would mean he would spend most of his time away from any family. What did the wife of an itinerant judge do? She couldn't follow him from town to town, not with children in tow. And Mrs. Stanton would not come alone. She would bring a family with her from the start. Even knowing that, he couldn't seem to stay away from her. His mind was constantly filled with memories of her quiet strength, of the children clinging to her skirts, or the way her shoulders tensed when she felt moved to speak in a meeting.
"Mrs. Stanton, don't forget to take a dance card for Saturday,"
Mary Teague said cheerfully as she bagged Laura's order.
"And be sure to get a lollipop for each of the children."
Artie immediately went to the bin. In spite of Maddie's insistence, Laura still hadn't decided whether she would attend. She and Frank had enjoyed dancing, and they had partnered with married friends. Here, every unmarried woman would be singled out in ways that made her uncomfortable. And Laura abhorred the attention. But what was she to do when even the aunties were applying gentle pressure?
"Oh, you must go,"
Mary insisted, holding out one of the delicate cards printed on cream-colored paper.
"Especially with winter coming. We never know when the weather will cooperate."
"For sure, Mrs. Stanton,"
said a cowhand she recognized from the Lucky L, removing his hat as he stepped inside the mercantile. Had he been listening? 3 other men quickly joined him at the counter, jostling each other with awkward charm and unexpected good humor. They were far too boisterous for her tastes, but none of them had the oily arrogance of that other cowboy. She'd been relieved when he had taken a job in Montana.
"I would love to sign your dance card, ma'am,"
the first man said.
"For every dance you'll give me."
"Hey, don't be selfish," another elbowed forward.
"Oh, for heaven's sake,"
Mary said, her voice firm but amused.
"Give her some space. She doesn't need a posse of peacocks trailing behind her."
They laughed, and all 4 men took a step back. Then her bosses, Luke Hamlin and Nick Reynolds, stepped through the door, causing the cowhands to stiffen.
"Are these fellas bothering you, Mrs. Stanton?"
Nick asked, while Luke gave the group a hard look. The poor men ducked their heads and remained silent, clearly awaiting her mercy. Laura took pity on them and held out the dance card. "No, Mr. Reynolds," she offered the paper to the first cowhand. "You may each sign my card for 1 dance. in case I decide to attend." With a satisfied grin, Mary handed over a pencil. "I'm sure y'all will remember to mind your manners at the dance." Nick, though a few years younger than Laura, carried himself with a firm but affable authority. And she couldn't help feeling flattered, even as she reminded herself not to let it go to her head. There simply weren't many women to choose from in Lilac City. Then she saw her son taking another lollipop. "Oh, no, Artie." With that much sugar in him, he would be climbing the walls. As Edgar reached for the door, the bell of the mercantile rang, and Laura stepped outside carrying Artie as he flung his body around in a tantrum, struggling to get free. The little boy kicked out his foot, which struck a paper bag of groceries she was trying to hold too. It burst at her feet, its contents rolling across the planks. A small crowd formed, whispering in a way that made Edgar's jaw tighten. Why did she never seem flustered, even when Artie screamed, or little Rosie spilled something, or groceries scattered across the boardwalk? Laura Stanton handled it all like someone who had expected nothing to come easily. And the thought made his heart twist. Was it strength or resignation? He couldn't tell, and somehow that made it harder to look away. Edgar told himself it would be kinder to keep his distance rather than to give her false expectations. Safer for both of them. But kindness and safety didn't carry much weight when the sight of her dropped his breath. He moved without thinking, simply crossed the distance, stepped past the gawkers, and stood by the red-faced and heaving little boy. "Artie," he said, keeping his tone gentle but firm. The child blinked at him, startled into a hiccup. Edgar didn't miss the flicker of recognition in those brown eyes. They were sharp like his mother's, but brimming with energy, waiting to be guided. "Do you like horses?" Edgar asked. Artie nodded, sniffling as he settled down. "Good, because if you want to learn to ride one, you must prove to your mother that your legs can be trusted to do more than break her shopping bag and cost her more work." Artie glanced down, his body relaxing further. Laura set him on his feet. "I'm sorry, Mama." He immediately picked up one of the fallen items. "Here's another bag," Mr. Teague said from behind, handing it to Edgar. "Thank you." He accepted it and glanced at the people, treating them to one of his courtroom stares. It sent them scurrying on. Bending, he held open the bag for Artie to place the items inside. Edgar stood, the now folded bag in one hand, extended his other to the little boy, and asked Laura, "Are you heading back to the Lucky L or stopping in at the coffee house?" "The coffee house," she murmured. "Thank you." "It is my privilege to serve you in any way I may." Edgar shouldn't insert himself, not when he could be gone before the snow melted. But he found he had already extended his elbow to her. "Shall we?" Her cheeks flushed, but she took his arm, holding her daughter's hand. An unexpected satisfaction settled on Edgar as the four of them walked together. "I'm in the mood for something hot to drink and something sweet to eat." Edgar grinned down at little Artie. "You know, my cousin Marshall often mistakes his daughters for delicious treats to eat. I wonder what a little boy would taste like." Artie's eyes went wide, but then he giggled. "You can't eat a boy." Edgar shot him a teasing glance, wiggling his eyebrows like a villain in a melodrama, which set the child to laughing again. Edgar glanced at the boy's mother, unable to resist spending more time in her company. "Would you mind having a cup of coffee or some hot chocolate with me?" He lowered his voice and murmured, "Perhaps with one of your mother's more bland offerings for the youngsters." We would love to. Artie, did you say thank you? Laura asked, the corner of her mouth twitching. Thank you, Mr. Lawyer. You are most welcome. And for your good manners, I won't eat you. Today. Edgar winked at him. Artie rewarded him with another of those grins. Laura had said yes, but something in her eyes held back. Shyness, perhaps, or caution he didn't yet understand. But he wished to, very much. After years of sifting through half-truths in courtrooms and catching liars in their own snares, he trusted his instincts, and they told him she wasn't hiding anything. Not that he had seen her do or say anything to suggest she was. But in his line of work, it was perhaps the hardest part, because honesty without motive was rare. Beautiful. And rather terrifying, if he wasn't willing to be honest in return. Chapter 12. The sound of fiddles, clapping, and boot heels stomping against the wooden floor of the community hall greeted Edgar. He had purposefully arrived fashionably late, not to make a grand entrance, but to avoid Laura long enough for her dance card to be full. His friends back home would have called it a cowardly move, but he thought it a more honorable choice. He could no longer deny his growing feelings for the woman, or the warmth in her eyes when he paid her attention. If only he could shake last night's dream of sitting in church together, Artie on Edgar's lap and Rosie on Laura's, while he had his arm around her shoulders. Like a family. But that could never be, not if he were chosen to fill the judgeship. So every time they practiced in the quartet, or he interacted with her in town, or at the Auntie's, where Mrs. McDaniel had assigned Laura to work now, he held himself aloof, even when he wanted desperately to draw closer to her. And he knew the pull to her well enough now to understand if he had come earlier, he would have claimed a place on that card, would have danced with her, held her in his arms. You going in or coming out? Frances asked from behind. Edgar stepped to the side so she and Nick could enter. As he helped her remove her coat, Frances looked more polished than usual, wearing an actual dress. She donned simple ones for church, but this one had embroidery on the cuffs. For her, that was fancy. Have you seen Garrison yet? She asked. I only arrived myself, so no, Edgar said, scanning the room. His gaze landed immediately on Laura, who was dancing with a cowhand from the Circle B. For a moment, Edgar had a rash desire to storm over and punch the man in spite of knowing him for a decent person and one unlikely to take advantage of the situation. Stop glaring, Frances whispered, sounding amused. If you want to dance with Laura, Nick added, just ask to sign her dance card. Refusing to acknowledge their jibes, Edgar forced his attention to the others in the room. He finally located Garrison, who stood on the edges, near the refreshment table. He hasn't danced with anyone yet, Charles said, coming to stand by them. Simply watches everyone, like he's memorizing their faces. Maud says it makes her skin crawl. His tone darkened. And she would know. Me too, Frances added grimly. Only then did Edgar remember all three of the Lancaster sisters had been kidnapped from one of these dances. When I asked him about his interest, he said he's researching Western characters, Charles muttered, but I haven't heard him question anyone about horses or fence posts. And when I was in the bank yesterday, he was asking about what bank the aunties use. What? Frances turned to face him, her nostrils flaring. Otis had joined them, a steaming mug in his hand, and he shook his head at her. "And no, we can't arrest him. There's no law against being a busybody." "There is about being a peeping Tom," she growled. Edgar inquired of the sheriff. "Did the teller answer?" "Nope," Otis grinned. But Hannah Vosberg was behind Garrison. She asked if he planned to rob the bank and if she should learn how to bake a file and a cake for him. That earned a chuckle from Charles, and even Francis cracked a smile. Edgar didn't laugh, but muttered, "He's definitely interested in the aunties. But which? And why?" "I suggest y'all quit watching him," Otis said, his voice filled with a touch of humor. "We don't want to be obvious, and he's not the only one we should keep an eye on tonight." "Too right," Charles shook his head. "Even with all the warnings, I've had to turn away 3 men reeking of liquor. I need to find my wife." He strode toward the kitchen, while Nick and Francis headed toward the refreshment tables. The song had ended, and another cowhand came to claim Laura. Edgar's shoulders relaxed when he recognized Willie. She dipped into a curtsy to her brother, her cheeks still flushed from her previous dance, a loose strand of hair curling at her temple. Heavens, but she was beautiful. "You thinking to take a turn with the lovely widow, counselor?" Otis asked, his voice neutral. The man was so much more in control since he had given up the bottle. "No, she has plenty of dance partners," Edgar said, though the words tasted sour in his mouth. "You still considering that judgeship, then?" "Well, it's hardly a decision I must make unless they offer it to me. But riding circuit means being on the road most of the time." Edgar forced his attention away from Laura. "It's a steady and respectable job." "So is the town prosecutor." Otis sipped from his mug. "I wonder what it would be like to have no set place to call home. I wouldn't like it myself. Well, I see some words growing between those men, so I'd best intervene." Edgar finally removed his coat as the music ended. The musicians were taking a break, and Laura stood near the refreshment table by Lady Wycliffe, who was speaking animatedly. He doubted her father would approve of her befriending a maid, but Edgar knew the young woman's life would be richer for the association. Garrison lingered by the far wall, nursing a mug of coffee, his interest on the people talking in small groups. Why did his eyes keep returning to Laura? The man's focus wasn't overt, not enough to notice unless someone paid attention. Edgar gradually made his way to the refreshment table, stopping near Abe, who was brewing more coffee. "Has Otis kept you informed about that would-be writer at the Circle B?" Edgar asked, glancing around the room as though uninterested. Abe didn't look at him, but kept working. "Yep." "You notice how often he's looking at your new daughter?" When Abe stiffened, Edgar muttered, "Don't be obvious." He wasn't surprised at the response, however. Abe would never have admitted it, but he had always wanted a family. Now, at 60, he finally had one, and would do everything in his power to protect it. "He's also been asking where the aunties do their banking. Let the sheriff know if you hear anything." Edgar took one of the cookies Hannah Vosberg was becoming famous for and held it up for her to see. "You're making me fat." She laughed with delight, the sound so like her daughter's. Edgar allowed his gaze to linger one more moment on Laura before striding away. He did not want people to notice him watching her, too. He was not sure what the future would hold. Regardless of what happened, he knew he wanted to protect people, including Laura. After dropping Artie and Rosie off at the schoolhouse, where the older children were attending the little ones, Laura had gone to the community hall. Only when Doc George's youngsters had offered had she finally agreed to attend the dance. She paused just inside the door, where the musicians were still tuning their instruments. The room was already crowded, and the warmth carried a blend of musky leather, smoke, and the clean scent of shaving soap. Stepping inside, she felt momentarily overwhelmed by the crowd already gathered. There were so many men. She was about to step back when a gravelly voice spoke behind her.
Now, you aren't thinking to leave those fellas who signed your dance card out in the cold, are you?
Her stepfather asked. Laura turned and found Abe and her mother. He held a steaming kettle in one hand and a folded towel over his shoulder, while she carried a basket with the sweet scent of molasses and spice. The tension in Laura's shoulders relaxed. "May I help carry something inside?" Laura glanced behind them, searching for their wagon. "We set up most everything earlier," her mother said. "You should hang up your coat and get ready for a fun night, since your dance card is nearly full." Laura shook out the tingling in her fingers. "Mother, I don't know if I can do this." "Abe is right, sweetheart. You've seen already how hard these men work, but they often forget their manners when they only have each other for company. I agree with Mary and Judith in their goal of exposing these men to something beyond saloon talk and bunkhouse behavior. Interacting with ladies helps to show them other ways."
"See, your brother is signaling you."
Abe turned to his wife.
"My love, I have to put this down."
"Laura, you will do just fine, and know that we'll be watching out for you." Her mother kissed Laura's temple and hurried after her husband. Taking a deep breath, Laura made her way to Willie, who assisted her with her coat. She didn't mind helping people, even to learn better manners. If only it didn't make her the focus of attention, which was difficult to avoid when one was surrounded by men eager to gain her notice. And not for herself, but merely because she was female. Willie introduced her to his friends, several of their names already on her dance card. When the music started, her younger brother gently handed her over to the man who had claimed the first dance. The warning look Willie gave him quieted her nerves. And whether because the men knew Laura's brother was watching over her, or simply out of decency, all of them were respectful. Several hinted about taking her for a ride, but she put them off by mentioning Artie and Rosie. It was almost laughable how easy it was to dim the ardor in a man's eyes by mentioning her young children. Finally, Willie came to claim her for a dance, but guided her to the refreshment table instead. He shot a glance at Maddie, who was chatting with Judith and Mary. Had he asked to sign Maddie's dance card? But he said nothing to her and left to join his friends again. "How are you enjoying your first plebeian dance?" Laura asked during a break in the conversation.
"Oh my, but I have. All my partners have been so enthusiastic."
Maddie gave a soft laugh.
"Were it not for the stern gazes coming from Misters Breckenridge and Hamblin at their drovers, I fear all my time would be taken with country drives. Do such men truly own carriages?"
"No, they do not, but they can rent the use of a buggy from the livery."
"Ah, yes. Even so, they have all been kind and quite complimentary."
Maddie leaned closer, keeping her voice low.
"What gives me the most satisfaction, however, is knowing my father would likely have apoplexy if he knew I was spending the evening in such company."
She smiled smugly. Laura could only hope that, in the young woman's quest to thwart her father, she would not place herself in a compromising position. The Duke was obviously ill-informed about the situation he had placed his daughter in. Thinking to refill her glass, Laura turned to see Mr. Garrison step away from the punch bowl. Something fluttered from his coat pocket and hit the floor near his boot. Before someone could step on it, she bent to snatch it up. "Sir, you dropped this." As she held out the envelope, she couldn't help catching the return address. It was from a bank in New York. "Ah." Mr. Garrison turned, already reaching for it. "Thank you, Mrs. Stanton." She handed it over, careful not to allow his fingers to touch hers in the exchange. It was only tonight that she could identify what it was about the man that troubled her. He offered a smile, but it did not reach his eyes. "I'm glad to see you enjoying yourself." Then Mr. Garrison lifted his gaze to the entrance, and his eyes narrowed. "Thank you again." He pivoted and strode away. Laura glanced at the door and found Edgar Lowell chatting with Frances and Nick. Not wishing to be reminded of how cold and aloof he had become, she returned to the other ladies, only to be claimed for her next dance. As the evening progressed, she wished she wasn't so fully aware of where Edgar was, all the time. It reminded her of when she had learned about magnets in school. While Mr. Garrison repelled her, the attorney tugged her to him, which irritated her to no end. Why in the world should she care about the lack of regard from such a man? Well, she wouldn't. Besides, her feet hurt from all the dancing. This was the last spot on her card that she had allowed anyone to sign, and she wanted nothing more than to go home and crawl into bed with her babies. "Mrs. Stanton?" Edgar's voice asked from behind at the end of the reel. She turned to find him standing in his too handsome way, a hand extended. "The musicians are taking a rest. Might I have a word with you?" Laura wanted to tell him no, but it would have been rude, so she put her hand in his, and he pulled it through his arm. She wrapped her fingers around his elbow, surprised when he covered them with his hand, as he had last week, and he led her slowly toward the back door. The man changed his manner with her more often than spring clouds shifted in the sky. "I noticed you spoke with that Garrison fellow," he said, his voice pitched low enough she found it difficult to understand what he was saying. "Did he bother you?" "No one has bothered me tonight, except for Edgar himself, and then only by his absence." "Why would you think he might?" "Because the other day I caught him watching the auntie's house, and it's my understanding you were there at the time." Laura stopped and turned to face him, releasing his arm as she swept a shaky hand across her forehead. Mr. Garrison had been the watcher in the trees? While in San Francisco, she had once attracted the attention of an odd man living on the streets, and he would follow her whenever she left her small house. It wasn't until she mentioned it to her mother and brother, and they insisted on moving to another location, that Laura had finally lost him. But why? "Have no fear. I warned him off, as did Marshall. Garrison said he was sketching and claimed he didn't realize he had trespassed on Lucky L land." Edgar took her icy hands in his. "What was it you handed to him?" Laura said nothing for a moment, distracted by the warmth of Edgar's touch. It was something he had dropped, an envelope. His eyes narrowed. "You didn't notice who it was from, did you?" "Some bank in New York City. I didn't recognize the name." "New York," Edgar said, his expression now grim, as he massaged her hands. Laura tried to focus on anything but the warmth moving up her arms. She didn't trust the way it brought her dangerously close to wanting more. "Why does that mean something to you?" "He claims to be from Boston." Edgar's gaze darkened.
If he's actually from New York, it would help us narrow down which of the aunties he's interested in.
All the different things Laura had heard over the past 6 months, including the ambiguous and embarrassed comments the aunties made any time she inquired about their lives before Lilac City, fell into place. "Auntie B," she said. Edgar snapped his focus to her again, and then that slow, approving smile that made butterflies erupt in her belly grew across his face.
"I'm not surprised you figured it out."
"But why come after her?" she asked. "From what she's told me, she left destitute and at the mercy of her children."
"That is what we must find out. Thank you for telling me."
Edgar lifted Laura's hand to his lips, igniting her nerves and sending the flame up her arm and to her belly. For a moment, his gaze dropped to her mouth. But then he stepped back and dropped her hands, his expression shuddering. It reminded her of a door swinging shut and taking away the last of the warmth within. The earlier coolness between them returned.
"I will let the others know."
He bowed, turned, and strode away. Laura felt the evening's chill, and it went straight to her core. Her heart ached, not because Edgar had kissed her hand, but because he had done so and then cast her aside. Chapter 13. The morning sun slanted in through the window, catching on the curls at Rosie's temple where she lay napping on the thick rug. She looked less like a baby now, and more like a little girl. Laura's heart ached at how quickly her daughter was growing up. With a sigh, Laura folded another blanket and tucked it neatly into her room's cupboard. Her old room. It would soon be used as a guest room again. When they had arrived in Lilac City over 6 months ago, they'd had little more than the clothing on their backs. As she packed, it had surprised her how much they had accumulated. Enough to fill 2 trunks now on their way to Thimble Hollow with Artie and Mr. Hamblin. "I can tell by the look on your face that you're worried you've done something wrong." "You haven't," Mrs. McDaniel assured her. "When Luke and Marshall fretted about them being alone out there once the snow comes, the aunties asked for you first thing. I'm not saying anything against her ladyship, but she's still trying to figure out how to boil water. She and those 2 old ladies have always had servants to tend to their needs. When you help them, they don't seem to take offense." Laura gave a soft laugh. There was a lot of truth in that statement. She might be the servant, but whenever she said something to any of them, they listened and obeyed. In some ways, it was a heady power, but one she had no intention of taking advantage of. Moving in with them feels, I don't know, significant, as though it's more than a job. "Because it is." Mrs. McDaniel gave her an approving nod. "They love you and your children. It seems like every time I turn around, the cowhand who's been assigned to check in on them that day returns with a request for Rosie and Artie to come over to play. They know it's hard for you to work in this big guest house and attend to your children at the same time." Laura didn't need their pity. "There you go again." Mrs. McDaniel shook her pointer finger. "Those ladies love your children like their own grandchildren. Auntie Elle never had any children of her own, so yours are filling a hunger she's probably fought for years. Why do you think she took such a risk going against that evil husband of hers to hire Charles to escort her nieces here? With 6 of you living in that house, you'll give them a home, companionship, and they will give back by helping to watch out for your youngsters." Blinking her eyes at the sudden flush of emotion, Laura glanced toward her sleeping daughter before saying, "I'm grateful for their generosity. It's more isolated than I'm used to." "After living in San Francisco? I'm sure it is. But I still need you to come into town for the daily errands. You can pick up our supplies and anything the aunties need, and you can still see your mother." Laura arched a brow. "But how? They have no transportation there." "They do now," Mrs. McDaniel grinned. "That new buggy Marshall ordered for the Circle B arrived yesterday. He said the old one would be perfect for you all out there, since it can hold 6 plus the driver. It's got plenty of use bringing guests to the ranch, but it's still in good shape, just a little rough around the edges." Which he doubtless thinks would give his guests the wrong impression. "Exactly." Mrs. McDaniel scanned the room. "You've done good work here, and we have no doubt you'll take good care of all those ladies." Her eyes twinkled. "And that Mr. Lowell is a frequent visitor to Thimble Hollow. Just let Junior know when you're ready. He's excited to see the place." With that, the Lucky L housekeeper left the room. Laura sighed again, glancing around the room. She would miss the lovely people here. Yes, she was a servant, but they had treated her like a member of the family. As she gently woke her daughter, an ache stirred in her chest. Seeing more of Edgar was exactly what she didn't need. Not when he could undo her with a single glance or act of kindness, and then retreat as though nothing had passed between them. How many times in the week since the dance had he appeared suddenly to help her lift something into the buggy or stood beside her during quartet practices? He often stayed longer than necessary to chat with her, but would abruptly leave. She could see he was attracted to her. It was in the way he watched her at times, his eyes growing warm, or how often his voice softened when he spoke to her. If he felt anything like what she was beginning to feel for him, then why did he pull back? Every time. Tying on her daughter's bonnet, Laura wondered if it could be her children. But she could not bring herself to believe it of him. He was always kind to them, firm but understanding, as he had been with Artie's tantrum last week. Edgar had cleverly distracted her son with quiet patience. Perhaps her station put him off. That would make sense, though, were it true, she would think less of him for it. But he was educated, had grown up in the high society of New York, and was a man of the law. While her father had once been a ranch owner like Mr. Hamblin, she now worked as a maid. How would someone like him introduce someone like her to his old acquaintances? But Edgar was also trained to see through people's subterfuge. Laura's heart sank. Perhaps he saw something wrong in her. Pushing away the discouraging thought, she lifted Rosie. The little thing was still drowsy and rested her head on Laura's shoulder. Was there a way to show him that there was more to her than her faults? Edgar had already come to Thimble Hollow twice while she was there, on the premise of checking in on the aunties. He had been attentive to them since they had taken up residence a few months ago. But he always seemed to seek Laura out and offer to help with whatever she was working on. Or she would come inside after a task to find him in the parlor seated in a large armchair with Artie and Rosie in his lap, reading a storybook, while the aunties listened and worked on their needlework. But then he would leave. Frances once said Edgar had called Laura an enigma. In truth, he was the mystery, and she grew weary of trying to solve him. One moment warm and attentive, the next cool and aloof. She already carried enough burdens and didn't need a quixotic man weighing on her heart as well. Laura sighed, trying to think of other things. It was not insignificant that both Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Breckenridge were in favor of her living with the aunties. Had Frances mentioned that Laura now attended the weekly self-protection classes with Mr. Ito? Or that the number of ladies attending was growing? Did they mean for her to stand as protection should that Mr. Garrison come around again? What could he possibly want with those dear old ladies? Those poor ladies. It infuriated her that the man might have some nefarious plan to take advantage of them. Should he try, he would find them not without supporters. Cowboys from both ranches dropped by regularly to check on them, even when not assigned. They were the ones who had lovingly nicknamed them the aunties, after all. Laura woke Rosie again and helped her with her coat, thinking about that time she had seen the figure lurking in the woods near Thimble Hollow. It had bothered her then, before she knew it had been Mr. Garrison. Now she knew, and it troubled her even more. "Mama?" Rosie tugged at Laura's hand. "Aunties?" "Yes, my little bug. We're going to the aunties." Junior McDaniel stood by an unfamiliar surrey. It had 2 front-facing seats and what looked like a smaller one in the back that could be folded down. The rear even had a rack capable of holding several valises. The leather-lined top could be drawn down, though she doubted they would venture out in bad weather. It had a horse tied to the rear, as well as 2 matched bays standing ready in their traces. "Is this the one your mother mentioned?" Laura asked. "Yes, ma'am. She said you would be the one driving it. Do you want to today?" His doubtful expression made her laugh. "I grew up on a ranch, young man. I can handle these beauties, but I think I will let you do the honors today, since Rosie is sometimes a handful." Junior offered her his hand and then lifted Rosie to join her. As they drove away from the Lucky L ranch house, Laura's eyes stung. It wasn't goodbye. The good Lord had guided her there, and she had to trust His hand was in this move as well. Chapter 14. As Edgar stepped into his office, the mantel clock chimed the hour, the sound making him cringe at the reminder of the steady ticking of time. His awareness of it only served to drive home that a decision could soon loom before him. He set his satchel on the desk before hanging up his coat and crossing the room to stir the banked coals. With the changing of the seasons, Edgar needed to arrive earlier to warm his office in time for his clients. The number continued to grow, with people reporting they had traveled several hours to get to Lilac City to meet with him. The county had a serious shortage of lawyers. By the time someone tapped on his door, he was prepared and hurried to open it. "Mr. Lowell," a woman who appeared to be in her late 40s or early 50s asked, her voice uncertain. She clutched her heavy shawl around her. "You must be Mrs. Wilson." When she nodded, he urged her inside against the morning chill. "Take a seat by the stove. Would you like something warm to drink?" After she had a hot cup of tea, Edgar took his seat behind his desk. "How may I help you?" "It's my father-in-law." Her face twisted as though she had bitten into something sour. "He's gone and put his mark on some paper for that cousin of his from over Lovell way, and now the man says he's got a right to Pa's brand-new orchard. With the new irrigation, we've worked like dogs to get the apple trees planted. Now that man is trying to steal it." "What sort of paper?" Edgar asked, jotting down the details. "A deed of transfer or some such. But Pa said he never meant to sign over the land to that snake of a cousin. For years we grazed cattle and cut hay there, but we sank our life savings into them trees." "Do you have a copy?" She removed a folded, smudged paper from her shawl. Edgar rose to take it from her and quickly skimmed the document.
This is a carbon copy of a quitclaim deed with boilerplate language. Did your father-in-law understand what he was signing?
Pa? He can barely read and recognize his cattle brand. His cousin offered to help with the papers for the irrigation company. Now the snake is telling us we have to clear out before snowfall. Heat pulsed through Edgar's body. This was exactly the kind of manipulation he hated. He met the woman's gaze.
Is your father-in-law still alive?
Yes. Does that make a difference?
Edgar grinned. It certainly does. We can stop this, but I'll need 2 days. I'll file a claim of undue influence and have the sheriff put a hold on any title transfer at the county office. You'll need to bring in your father-in-law to sign an affidavit, though. Is he up to it?
He sure is, Mrs. Wilson said, tears in her eyes. You should have seen how fired up he got when he found out.
Once we get this mess untangled, I would suggest he consider adding you and your husband's names formally to the property title. It would help avoid this kind of trouble in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Lowell. She wiped her eyes. I didn't know who else to turn to.
That's what I'm here for, Mrs. Wilson.
As he escorted her to the door, the truth of Edgar's words struck him more powerfully than ever before. He thought back to the other cases he had taken on since setting up his practice here. Wealth would never come from serving as a small-town lawyer, but there were other rewards than earthly ones. Cases like this made his job so satisfying. He loved helping to set things right or to get restitution for victims. The world was full of too many people like his father and that snake of a cousin. To use Mrs. Wilson's term, once he had completed the notice for Otis, Edgar dressed for outside and headed for the sheriff's office. Afterward, he stopped at the post office to check his mail. The worker handed over an official-looking envelope with a return address from Cheyenne. So much time had passed since Abe's nomination that Edgar thought the state had decided against him. He moved aside and opened the letter. It contained an official invitation to come to the state capitol to meet with the full judicial board. So he knew for sure that he had made the list of final candidates. Edgar worked hard and stayed up to date with changes made to both local and state laws. Finally, he was being recognized for his efforts. Even if they didn't ultimately choose him, they had still honored him with the invitation. But where was the exhilaration at his success? Why the confusion? His mind went to Sunday's sermon and the pastor's reminder to trust in the Lord and not lean on our own understanding. Edgar had never considered praying if he should seek the judgeship. It had simply always been his goal. Since he wanted to do good, why would he need confirmation from God? And yet, as he thought about it, he experienced an intense desire to pray. So, trying not to be obvious about it, he said a silent one. Lord, should I accept the judge's position if it is offered to me? Instead of an answer of yes or no, he felt a sudden need to talk to his aunt. Why hadn't he thought of Auntie Bee before? His late mother's sister, she was the closest he came to having a mother again. Thank you, he muttered. What was that, Mr. Lowell? The mail clerk asked. Edgar winced. Just thinking aloud. It was a good thing he didn't have another appointment until 2. With the prompting fresh on his mind, Edgar rode to Thimble Hollow. He wondered if Laura would be there. This push and pull of his feelings between her and the judgeship were driving him mad. More often than not, he found himself riding out there, supposedly to check on the aunties. At least now, with Garrison's questionable intentions, it gave him a legitimate reason. which brought on the guilt. He did want to see the aunties, enjoyed the stories they told, reading aloud to them, and even playing cards if there were enough people. But the truth was simpler. Edgar visited Thimble Hollow so often because he might see Laura. He was ridiculous. As he crested the rise near the house, a gentle curl of smoke from the chimney marked the aunties were home, so all should be well. A prickle ran down the back of his neck. Was it his imagination or something deeper, what the Viennese thinkers now called the subconscious, picking up on a detail he hadn't noticed while thinking about Laura? Edgar took his time dismounting, slowly scanning the area. Something had changed. The gate stood ajar, and a bucket rested at an odd angle on the step. They could mean nothing, but Edgar had learned to trust that whisper in the back of his mind. He went through the gate and closed it behind him, surveying the nearby trees, though unsure what he was looking for. Surely Garrison wouldn't be foolish enough to return after having been chastised by 2 men. A flash of red fabric caught Edgar's attention near the parlor window. Rosie's cloak. Laura was here. He bent to pick it up and brush it off, the scent of lavender wafting up at him. It brought with it a sense of home, something he hadn't felt since the death of his mother. Behind the house, a branch snapped. Edgar paused, every sense alert now. Walking as stealthily as he could, he crept around to the back of the house. Being so close to the woods, it could have been a deer or a bird, even a raccoon. Laura had mentioned seeing some. But he also remembered how Phineas Garrison had watched the house from the tree line. But no one was there now. The back door opened and Auntie Bee poked out her head. As soon as she recognized him, she grinned.
"Oh, lovely, Edgar. You've come for a visit."
Then she frowned.
"But why are you back here?"
"I thought I heard something." He glanced past her. "Is everyone inside?"
"Yes, and isn't it fun?"
Auntie Bee stepped back into the kitchen, waving him inside.
"Laura has the children in their new room unpacking."
"What's that?" Edgar stepped inside.
"Oh, you haven't heard. I asked Marshall and Luke if she could come stay with us. We love the company of her and the children. Since she mostly only works here anymore, and with winter coming, it will be so much easier for us all to live in the same house."
Auntie Bee clapped her hands in delight. "I hadn't heard, but I did want to discuss something with you." At a soft thud upstairs, Edgar frowned.
"Something a young man would want to speak with his mother about? Well, I would be honored to stand in my sister's place."
His aunt's expression turned knowing, and she whispered,
"Laura will be occupied for a while. Come into the parlor. We would love to hear all about it."
"We?" This was not what he had intended, especially not if Laura might overhear. With a sigh, Edgar followed his aunt into the comfortable room, where Auntie Elle sat knitting, the needles clicking steadily as she looked up with a warm smile. A fire crackled in the hearth, and the familiar scent of cinnamon and wood smoke curled through the room. Auntie Bee took the other chair near the fireplace.
"Edgar needs a listening ear."
He settled into one of the stiff, upright chairs, feeling like a schoolboy brought before the headmaster. Both women looked at him expectantly. "I received a letter today," he said finally. Auntie Bee arched a brow.
"The one you were hoping for from the capital?"
"I've been invited to meet with the full judicial board." The 2 women exchanged glances but said nothing. There was something almost accusing in their silence. "It's a great honor," Edgar explained, worried they didn't understand the significance.
Of course it is,
Auntie B agreed, while Auntie L simply nodded. Neither looked impressed.
This is what I've dreamed of since I decided to study law.
Edgar's mind returned to the lukewarm feelings he'd had at the post office.
Ah, my dear boy, you are at a crossroads.
Auntie B's smile turned wistful.
Those are the hardest places to stand.
I thought you could tell me what to do. He gave a half-hearted chuckle.
I wish I could.
Auntie B leaned back in her chair.
If only it were that simple. When I was your age, I thought I knew the caliber of the man I was marrying. It turned out he had charmed the wits right out of my head. He convinced me he was doing good work, and I supported him in it. Hear, hear,
Auntie L muttered, her needles flashing furiously now.
I should have known better by the time Marshall broke away and came here. Now there is a good man.
Auntie B wiped her eyes.
If I had, I might have protected Judith from her heartache. But that worked out fine.
Auntie L reached over to pat Auntie B's hand.
There's another good one. Yes, but both of us had the rug ripped out from under us.
And you both lost everything.
Not everything,
Auntie L said fiercely.
I like my life now,
Auntie B mused.
It might be quiet, but I enjoy the lovely, down-to-earth people here. The cowhands are so kind and attentive. I have never felt so loved and cared for.
Exactly so. Auntie L went back to her knitting, her eyes blinking rapidly. Auntie B leaned forward.
Have you made a list yet of the benefits and disadvantages?
Edgar shook his head. Why would he, when the judgeship had been his goal for years?
I suggest you do that right away. It will help you decide.
She patted his hand.
You can then take it to the Lord for confirmation.
Another thud came from upstairs, followed by little Artie's laughter, bright and infectious. Edgar almost rose to peek in on their fun, but checked himself. The envelope in his pocket reminded him why he couldn't afford a distraction with chestnut curls and bright brown eyes, or her charming children. His aunt shot him another of her knowing looks. Be sure to listen for the still, small voice. I have learned through my hardest times that is how the Lord often speaks. But I must quiet my mind and open my heart if I am to hear it. Edgar stared into the fire for a long moment. Was that why he was having such a hard time getting an answer? Because he was keeping himself so busy, he didn't have to think about it.
Thank you.
He rose, only then realizing he still held Rosie's coat.
I found this outside.
Edgar pulled out his pocket watch.
I have an appointment I must return to town for.
He bent to kiss each of their cheeks before heading out to his horse. He had much to consider. Chapter 15. Heading toward the community hall the next day, Edgar tried to clear his mind. As much as he enjoyed the quartet pieces, they drove home something else he would have to give up if he accepted the judgeship. In spite of the list of pros and cons he had written, the question still haunted him. If offered, could he turn it down? The early morning breeze tugged at his coat. He had given himself plenty of time to get to the practice, since he would need to warm up his voice.
Mr. Lowell.
He turned back to the boarding house, where he rented a room. Mrs. Roberts, the sharp-eyed widow who owned the place, waved him back to her garden gate.
That dog has been out it again.
She pointed to her flower bed and a hole dug near the base of a fading rose bush. Last spring, that Billy Watson signed an agreement to keep his dog tied up. Do I have to take him to court? Edgar tipped back his hat and studied the damage to the rose bush. He had been gone during that issue, helping to bring Auntie Bee to Judith and Luke Hamblin's wedding. It didn't surprise Edgar that Watson hadn't kept control of the animal, since he considered contracts and the law more as guidelines. I don't believe you need to. Not yet, anyway. Mrs. Roberts crossed her arms with a huff. Then what good is the agreement? It gives us teeth, Edgar said, writing in his notebook. If you wish, I can draft a formal cease and desist letter. Watson won't like seeing it come on my stationery, especially if I include a notice of intent to sue for future damages. He then has time to control his animal without you incurring the cost to file in small claims court. Her expression turned thoughtful. I like it. So you write that desist letter. Mrs. Roberts squinted at him. What if he ignores it? Then we pursue damages, and I'll be happy to represent you. Edgar gave a faint smile, wondering if he would even still be here. But I don't think you need to worry. Billy might be loose with his rule-keeping, but he doesn't like to pay for things he doesn't have to. Thank you. Edgar pocketed his notebook and hurried to the community hall. So much for having time to warm up his voice. But he regularly experienced encounters like hers. So much of his work as the only attorney in Lilac City took place outside of the courtroom or his office. In many ways, he functioned as the glue for the community, for better or worse. Heavenly voices floated out the door, sweet and pure, woven in the kind of harmony that made his throat catch. Edgar paused, one hand on the doorknob, as the last lines of the third verse reached him. Prone to wander, Lord, I feel it, prone to leave the God I love. Here's my heart, oh, take and seal it for thy courts above. Francis's voice carried the melody, but it was Laura's aching notes that twisted his heart, her alto as grounded as the woman herself. Edgar had sung the hymn, Come, Thou Fount of Every Blessing, since boyhood, even in his college quartet, but never had the words struck him as they did at that moment. Prone to wander. The lyrics so perfectly described him. Since the tragic death of his mother, he had wandered, first to flee his father's violent shadow. Edgar had thrown himself into his studies, but he had also lost himself into the frivolousness of cards and drink, keeping his heart locked away from grief. His choices had led him on a path where he found himself at the mercy of William Lancaster, blackmailed into coming to Lilac City to lure one of his nieces back to Indianapolis, to falsely woo her. At the memory, the old shame washed through Edgar. Yes, he had wandered straight into a pit of vipers, but surely he had since redeemed himself by helping them bring Auntie Elle's husband to justice. Look where the aunties were now, so peaceful and happy, not sorry one whit for having given up their lives of high society and status. Edgar ached for something just on the edge of his mind, something he wanted desperately but could not put a name to. He stood motionless for a moment longer, letting Laura's voice fade into the air like a prayer. Edgar had written her name on his list, under cons, then scratched it out, then written it again. What kind of man tried to measure a woman like Laura in a column beside salary and prestige? The music stopped and he stepped inside quietly. Francis glanced his way and waved him over. Laura studied the sheet music. In a simple dress with no jewelry or frills, she still looked radiant. She said something to her mother at the piano, and Hannah hit a key. Laura found it and sang the alto part again through the ending lines. A simple thought settled in Edgar's mind. This was what home could sound like. He had made no decision, but he was fully awake now.
"There he is. About time you finally got here, counselor," Nick teased.
People are always stopping him, Laura noted, though she refused to look up from the sheet of music. Last week, we were walking from the Mercantile, and he was asked if someone can put a cat in a will. They talked about it for 15 minutes.
Frances snorted. "You could have drawn up the will in that amount of time, Edgar." "You're right," he agreed, sounding amused. "But only if I'd had a writing table and pen."
Laura glanced at the door then, unable to resist. He watched her with an expression she couldn't quite decipher, and it sent fire right to her belly. The conflict in his eyes, however, cooled her to lukewarm. This man could turn her hair grayer than her mother's. She wanted to ask him why he had come to Thimble Hollow yesterday, yet hadn't taken time to speak to the children. Or her. Artie and Rosie had been grumpy all evening after finding out they missed seeing him. Laura hadn't been any better.
"How are the children?"
Edgar asked, coming to join them at the piano.
"You wouldn't need to ask if you had bothered to let us know of your visit."
Laura snapped her mouth shut.
Edgar's ears turned pink, and her mother coughed, while Nick and Frances's eyes went wide.
"I'm sorry," Laura murmured, appalled that she had given voice to her frustration. Never before had a man gotten under her skin the way he did. "To answer your question about the children, the aunties wanted to come to town and offered to mind them at the Hearth and Brew. Now that everyone is here, shall we get started?" Frances asked. "I would appreciate it," Laura said. "I haven't sung in church in a long time, and I'm worried about disappointing everyone."
"I can use a warm-up,"
Edgar said, more subdued than Laura had ever seen him, making her feel even more guilty for having lashed out at him. "Since Laura and I have already practiced our parts, let Nick and Edgar go through theirs," Frances suggested. Her mother shot Laura a concerned glance before giving the men the tenor and bass notes. Frances pulled Laura to the side, muttering, "What was that about?" She couldn't bring herself to confess her feelings for the man, so Laura explained about how Edgar had made her children so fond of him with his frequent visits. "They haven't been so cranky since they were cutting teeth." "Which made you cranky too?" Frances tapped her chin, wearing a too satisfied smirk. "Of course it did, as you'll find out after Judith has her baby." "Oh, I'm very familiar with Doris and Maud's wee ones. When baby doesn't sleep, no one in the house sleeps." Frances leaned in and said softly, "We don't want him to take that judge job. Lilac City needs him. You need him." "Why would becoming a judge be a problem?" Laura frowned, memories of those uncomfortable hours in San Francisco's courthouse gallery, she and her mother gripping hands while Willie faced yet another judge for some foolishness her brother had done. Frances blinked. "It's an itinerant judge job. Edgar would be on the road all the time." "Oh." An unexpected ache stabbed Laura's chest, as though she had lost something near and dear to her heart. How utterly ridiculous. She pushed the feelings aside. "Well, I have no desire for a wishy-washy man," she said, keeping her voice brisk, "and I certainly don't need one I would only see a handful of times a year." Frances gave her a puzzled look, but said gently, That's why we need your help convincing him to stay." Laura's eyes stung. She returned to the piano, unwilling to let Frances see how close she was to crying. She couldn't bear to lose someone else. They went through the numbers several times until Laura's mother called a halt to the practice. "I have to get back. Abe hates handling the morning rush by himself." She glanced at Edgar and then at Laura. "Are you coming?" "Yes." Laura grabbed her coat before Edgar could. "I have to check on a delivery for the ranch," Nick said, holding Frances's jacket for her. He was the only man she would let help her. "Charles has a test for me on the laws." She scowled at Edgar. "I'll bet you wrote it for him." Edgar shrugged. "You must know the law in order to enforce it." "That's what Otis said, too." Frances stepped to the door and then turned to Laura. "Class was pushed back an hour, so I hope that won't be a problem." "What class is this?" Edgar glanced between the two of them. "Mr. Ito's personal defense lessons for ladies," Frances said. "Laura's a quick study." She took Nick's arm, and they left together. It was Frances who had insisted on paying for Laura to attend, claiming it was an early Christmas present. "Remind me not to startle you," Edgar teased Laura, though he sounded approving. She merely shrugged, slid her arm through her mother's, and they headed toward the door. "Do you mind if I walk with you ladies to the hearth and brew?" Edgar asked, his casualness a little forced. Hannah smiled. "That would be lovely." Laura remained silent. Edgar adjusted his pace to match the women's as they left the community hall. Laura had certainly made her point that she wasn't happy with him. He couldn't blame her, since she had a gift for noticing details, and it was inevitable she would sense his conflict about her. As they passed the newspaper, the editor, Mr. Harkness, tipped his cap at them, and the clerk waved a greeting as he unlocked the post office. These people weren't merely neighbors. They formed a community. When someone needed help to build a house or a barn, or even to repair the church and school after the fire a few weeks earlier, everyone had come together to help, and they had turned it into a party. For the first time since his mother's death, Edgar felt like he belonged somewhere. Hannah said something to Laura, and she laughed softly. The sound drew out the longing he couldn't shake. Yesterday, he should have sought her out, and the children. How hard would it have been to call up the stairs and let them know he was there? But he had been full of his own problems, and had sneaked in and then left like a thief. Coward, his conscience whispered. No wonder she had snapped at him, even after making excuses for his late arrival. But if he were offered the judgeship, it would be unfair to lead Laura to think there could be something more than friendship between them. The thought wrapped around him like barbed wire. It stung. Certainly, as the judge, he would serve more people, and his cases would be assigned rather than chosen. Instead of walking alongside friends, he would travel most of the year, living in rented rooms and reaching opinions about people he didn't know. Edgar would be forever a judge, but never again a neighbor. Ahead, Laura picked up a piece of litter and put it in her reticule. She and her mother shared some words he couldn't make out. Not that it mattered. The two women, both newer to the community even than he, showed with every action that they didn't simply live in Lilac City. They belonged here. They had reached the entrance to the Mercantile, the only way into the hearth and brew this early in the day. Artie and Rosie came running to Laura, and she bent to hug them both. Then the little boy saw Edgar and came running to him. "Mr. Lawyer Man!" Artie barreled into him. almost knocking Edgar from his feet as the child wrapped himself around his legs. He lifted the boy, who then hugged Edgar's neck, burying his little face in his shoulder. A sublime sense of joy washed over Edgar as memories assailed him of doing the same thing with his mother. "It's time to go home," Laura said softly. That word, home. She hadn't meant it for Edgar, of course, but the meaning hit him almost as powerfully as the little boy had. For nearly 20 years, Edgar had had no home, and his ambition would make sure he never did, unless he stayed here. But could he really give up on his dream? Edgar set Artie on the floor, and the little chap ran to his mother. She watched Edgar with those enigmatic eyes. "I should have made time to greet you and the children yesterday," he said. "You're here now." He didn't know how to respond, not while his heart did battle with his mind. Ever observant, she gave a resigned, almost smile, took the children's hands, and walked away. Chapter 16. Edgar stepped into the post office. The letter acknowledging his meeting in Cheyenne weighed heavily in his pocket. He should have mailed it yesterday, but hadn't been able to hand it to the clerk. "You got a letter from New York, Mr. Lowell," the clerk said, holding out an envelope. Edgar accepted it, reading the writing of an old friend, Jefferson Mason, from law school, who had a practice in Manhattan. Edgar had written to see what information Jeff could find on Garrison, asking his friend to be discreet. Since Edgar hadn't heard anything, he assumed there was nothing to find. After slitting the envelope with his thumb, he unfolded the page and sighed. "Edgar, you were right to be suspicious. I asked around and dug through all the old court transcripts and news columns, as you requested. Phineas Garrison's name came up several times. It appears his father was a big investor in your uncle's company. When the scandal broke, the Garrisons lost nearly everything. His father died soon after, leaving the wife impoverished and the son to settle the debts. My investigator says Garrison took it personally, even though the court ordered the Breckenridges to turn over everything, including your aunt's jewelry. He's convinced your uncle tucked away bonds or jewels to shield his wealth, and that his wife has them. From what I can discover, he hasn't been seen in New York for weeks. Watch your back. The man is sly, and he's not right in the head. That's a dangerous combination. Jeff." Edgar felt sick. He had missed most of the scandal, having a different surname. He hated that the sins of their father could continue to damage Marshall and Judith here in Lilac City. And Auntie B. He reread the line about the jewelry. If Garrison believed she was hiding it here, why strike now, after all this time? Then it hit Edgar. Judith's wedding. An English earl had traveled all the way to Wyoming to attend it. It had been in the Denver papers about the nobleman with ties to Auntie B. Edgar hadn't thought twice about the announcement, but it must have made it back to New York, and Garrison had seen it. It must have seemed like proof that Auntie B had money to spend on a fancy wedding, that she still moved in circles of wealth and influence. It would have given the impression the Breckenridges had gotten away with everything while the Garrisons were ruined. No wonder he had come. The man is sly, and he's not right in the head. Garrison wasn't simply bitter. Resentment must have twisted him. It was terrible what happened to the investors, but from what Edgar had read, the wealthiest ones had known what Breckenridge was up to and had gone along with his plans anyway. But twisting the story to cast Auntie B as the villain was sheer fantasy. The Garrison family was hardly the only one to have lost everything. It explained his obsession with the auntie's banking habits and Thimble Hollow, where Laura now lived with her children. His hands turned clammy and Edgar's stomach tightened. He should have had Jeff reply by telegram. The extra time had allowed Garrison to conduct more reconnaissance. Edgar needed to get the information to the sheriff and warn Marshall and Luke. Edgar rushed from the post office and nearly plowed into his landlady. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Roberts," he said, steadying her. "What are you in such a hurry about? Nothing's on fire again, I hope." She straightened her bonnet. A sudden urge to get to Thimble Hollow hit Edgar, followed by a cold spike of dread. It took away his breath. "What's wrong?" Mrs. Roberts asked, scanning his face. "The aunties are in danger." He pushed the letter into her hands. "You must take this to the sheriff." "All right," she said, her eyes wide. "Now!" Edgar didn't wait to see if she followed his instructions, but ran for the livery, his boots pounding on the boardwalk. Laura stood at the kitchen window, rinsing the mixing bowl. She might not look forward to the cold weather, but she was enjoying the glory of the fall colors. The children giggled in the pantry where they were building a fort beneath the shelves, their play driven inside by the cold. Artie had declared it their private cave, and Rosie, his ever-faithful first mate, did his bidding. Perhaps Laura shouldn't have started reading them Treasure Island in the evenings, but the tale was keeping the aunties as spellbound as the children. Pale light leaked through the darkening clouds. A storm was coming, and Laura prayed it wouldn't be bad enough to bring the first snowfall. But worry about that shouldn't make her uneasy. Both Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Breckenridge and their workers were attentive to the aunties. It was one reason Laura spent so much time baking, so there would be something to offer their unexpected guests. Still, something didn't feel right, and it irritated her that she couldn't decide on the cause. Everyone was happily engaged, so why couldn't Laura get her stomach muscles to loosen? Was something wrong somewhere else in the house? Or outside? She turned back to the window and scanned the tree line. Perhaps she was doing this to herself by remembering how that Garrison man had been watching the house. Laura should see about a lock for the gate. She had noticed that one of the hinges was loose, and Mr. McDaniel had promised to have a cowhand fix it. While she had been raised on a ranch in warmer California, she understood how busy October was, and Wyoming winters could be harsh. But the hinge made the gate hang unevenly and difficult to close. Perhaps she should tighten it herself rather than wait for two busy men to make time for them. Laura stretched forward so she could see the back gate and frowned. Yesterday morning, she had found it ajar, though she remembered latching it the evening before. Now it was closed. She definitely needed to see about a lock. Her children could be a little too adventurous, and she did not want them to get out of the yard. It was lovely having the aunties to help watch the youngsters, but this was a large house on a large parcel. Maddie might also sleep here, but she was more likely to be wherever Frances was than here, or, as in today, visiting Judith at the Lucky L. Laura peeked her head into the front parlor, where the aunties knitted by the fireplace, and asked, "Did either of you go out back after breakfast?" Auntie Bee glanced up, her brows furrowing. "No, it's too chilly. Why, dear?" "Just wondering. It looks like a storm is coming. I'll bring in the laundry. Can you keep an ear out for the children? They're still playing in the pantry." "Of course, dear." Auntie Bee went back to her knitting. "Mind the wind," Auntie L added. Laura put some dried apple rings on a small plate and opened the pantry door. "I'll be outside getting the sheets, And I have a snack for you." She passed the dish to her son. "But you must promise to eat them all. We don't want rats or weevils." "Aye, aye, Captain," Artie saluted, already stuffing one in his mouth. With a giggle, Rosie did the same. After grabbing the basket from the porch room, Laura stepped outside. A gust of wind whipped her skirts around her ankles. Now would be a convenient time to wear trousers. Overhead, a flock of geese honked as they flew to warmer places. She quickly gathered the bedding in the basket, but remembered Artie had been playing with one of the auntie's older quilts. Had he left it out by the woodshed where he had made a fort? Laura hurried over to check. In a quick scan of the ground, she didn't see it, but she found something else. An unfamiliar footprint. It wasn't hers. It had to belong to a man, but not any of the cowhands or even Edgar, who had taken to wearing the same kind of heeled working boots. As Laura turned in a slow circle, her breath grew shallow. The forest beyond the house was still, the kind of hush that came when a predator lurked nearby. A gust of wind tugged at her shawl, and she clutched it tighter, still unable to see any danger. Then a flicker of movement caught her eye, drawing her gaze back to the house. The window to the rear bedroom where Auntie Elle slept was half open, the wind tugging at the sheer curtain until it flapped. She especially hated the cold, saying it made her joints ache. Laura had dusted in there that morning, and the window hadn't been open then. She would have remembered, and her memory never failed her. Someone had gotten into the house. Laura picked up her skirts and ran toward the back door. She grabbed the knob. It wouldn't turn. It had been locked from within. Her breathing quick and shallow, she pounded on it with her clenched hand. "Auntie B! Auntie L!" She heard nothing but the wind. Then a scream ripped through the silence. Frightened. "Auntie L!" It cut off, sharp and unnatural. Laura froze in shock. For a breathless moment, she couldn't move. "My babies!" She ran. Chapter 17. Laura sprinted around the side of the house. The drying lines snatched at her hair as she passed. After rounding the corner, she dashed up the steps. Winded, she tried the door. It yanked open. She stumbled inside, listening. Laura closed her eyes for a moment, clenching her fists against their trembling. The house was too quiet. "Rosie? Artie?" she called, moving cautiously down the hallway. A creak ahead made her freeze. Then her little boy was running toward her, his eyes wild. "Mama!" Laura swept her son into her arms. "What happened?" "We heard a bad man." Bile burned at the back of Laura's throat. "Where's Rosie?" "In the pantry." "I want you to go back to her, and you mustn't come out of the pantry until I say you may. Promise? You two can share the last of the cookies on the table." It took everything in Laura to keep her voice sounding normal, but the mention of a treat did what she hoped, and Artie's face brightened. Nothing could be too wrong if his mama let him have cookies. He nodded and ran back to the kitchen. Laura tiptoed to the front parlor. She found Auntie Elle sitting against a chair, holding a red mark on her cheek. "Are you all right?" Laura kneeled before her. "He forced her upstairs," she said with a little sob. "I thought I was finished with men hitting me. You must get help." "Is he armed?" she asked, her jaw muscles tight. "Only with his fists, that I could see." Laura rose and with trembling fingers removed the heavy iron poker from where it hung by the fireplace. She held it tight as she carefully crept up the stairs. In the second-floor parlor, Auntie B sat stiffly in a chair, her hands folded in her lap, eyes trained on the man who stood across the room, rifling through the cupboards. That man Garrison. "Looking for something?" Laura asked, voice calm, in spite of the way her heart thudded in her ears. He whipped around at the sound of her voice and sneered when he recognized her. "You should have stayed in the kitchen where you belong." "Really? Is that the best you can do?" His expression turned almost feral, and he took a step toward her. She lifted the poker. "You need to leave." "I don't believe I shall." He shot a hard look at Auntie B. "The old woman you're trying to protect owes me something." "Oh, of course." Laura put as much disbelief in her voice as possible. "Because a woman forced to live on the charity of her children must have hidden money away. This is madness." "No, this is justice." He lunged at her. She swung the poker, catching Garrison on the arm. He yelped. "Thank you, Mr. Ito." Laura backed away but stumbled over the ottoman. She lost her grip on the heavy weapon. It clattered to the floor. Garrison reached for her. Auntie B shoved the footstool in front of him. He went flying to the floor but quickly regained his feet. With a gasp, Laura turned to run, but he caught her wrist. Edgar leaned over his saddle, the sound of hooves drowned by the pounding in his ears, as he charged past the surprised residents and out of town. The wind bit his cheeks as the urgency to get to Thimble Hollow burned in his heart. At first, he had only half believed Jeff's warning in the letter, but the words continued to play in Edgar's mind. Garrison was after something Auntie B didn't have, couldn't give him. If the man was unbalanced, how far would he go to get what he wanted, even if it didn't exist? And they were alone out there, the aunties, the children. Laura, please, Lord, protect them. Edgar clenched the reins in his hands even tighter, everything he should have done differently going through his mind. Why hadn't they confronted Garrison up front about his fascination with the aunties? Edgar should have gone to see Laura instead of wallowing in his own uncertainty. Had he failed another woman like he had his mother? He crested the last rise, the wind nearly blowing off his hat. Below, Thimble Hollow sat deceptively quiet, the smoke from the front chimney billowing sideways. Had Edgar arrived before Garrison? But the pressing need to get to them hadn't lessened. If anything, it urged him to ride harder. Finally, he reined in his horse and ran to the front door. Edgar tore it open. At a soft cry from the parlor, he dashed inside. Auntie L, a bruise already growing on her cheek, pointed overhead. He sprinted up the stairs, 2 at a time. The door to the upstairs parlor stood ajar. From inside came a thud, followed by an almost animalistic growl. His heart tight with fear, Edgar burst in and stopped cold. Laura stood over Phineas Garrison, her normally peaceful face flushed, her eyes flashing with fire. She held one of the man's hands, his arm twisted at an awkward angle behind his back. On his knees, he looked to be in pain. When he moved, she jerked his arm and he groaned. "I said, don't move," she hissed. Only then did Edgar notice the tear in her sleeve. Heat surged through his body. In 2 strides, he closed the distance and shoved Garrison's other shoulder down and yanked his free arm behind his back so hard the man let out a strangled cry. "You touched her?" Edgar growled, his voice sharp and tight. "You dared to put your hands on her?" The memory of his mother's body, swollen in pregnancy, broken from the fall down the stairs, nearly overwhelmed him. "You think hurting women makes you strong? I should break your arm." "Edgar," Laura's soft words and gentle touch calmed the beast inside Edgar, and the verse in Romans filled his mind. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Laura, he breathed calmer. You're late, she said, her voice trembling. I'll do better next time. Edgar released Garrison and stood before asking, Are you ladies injured? Where are the children? Garrison had slowly risen to his feet, muttering something vile. His slumped shoulders looked like he had given up. Edgar glanced at where his aunt sat in a chair, her face pale. Then Garrison lunged at Edgar, throwing his shoulder into him. He fell back into Laura, and they staggered into the door with a thud. Garrison darted past them and down the stairs. It only took a moment for Edgar to steady himself and Laura before she was pushing him after the fleeing man. Edgar followed, nearly taking a tumble on the way. When he ran through the open front door, he nearly plowed into Garrison's back. He stood rigid, his hands slowly rising in surrender. Before him stood Sheriff Cogburn, rifle ready, flanked by Charles and Francis, both armed and wearing furious expressions. Behind them, on horseback, gathered what must be nearly every ranch hand from the Circle B and the Lucky L, and about half the town of Lilac City. Oh my, Laura breathed behind Edgar. Then she raised her voice. Doc George, please check on Auntie L. That brute struck her. He did what? Francis's face turned crimson, and she cocked her rifle. No. Otis reached over and nudged the barrel down. The law will be followed. Ain't that right, counselor? As much as Edgar burned to disagree, he gave a firm nod. Doc George had helped Edith from his buggy, and they were making their way toward the house. Laura turned to them. Auntie Elle is in the front parlor. Nick can take them, Francis said. He knows the way. The Texan stepped forward, shooting a menacing glance at Garrison that matched to the fury in Francis's face. It was good Otis had taken control so quickly, or things could have turned ugly. Someone should see to Auntie B as well, Laura added. He didn't hit her, but she doesn't look well. I'm here, Doc Weston called, riding up. He passed his reins to one of the cowhands. I'll see to her. Where is she? The upstairs parlor. I'll show you. Marshall, his jaw tight, also glared at Garrison. The children are hiding in the pantry, Laura whispered to Edgar, glancing between the parlor window and the hallway, clearly torn. If I go to them now, I'm afraid I'll cry, and it might frighten them even more. I'll get them. He pointed to a buggy pulling up behind the crowd, with Abe, Hannah, and Mrs. Roberts. Your mother will want to see that you're safe. Thank you. Laura hurried down the stairs to her mother. Meanwhile, Otis had grabbed Garrison by the arm and gestured to the crowd. How about y'all help me escort this snake into town and lock his sorry hide up? A cheer rose from the gathered townfolk. Edgar stepped toward the porch, only to be stopped as Mrs. Roberts called his name. Didn't I do good, Mr. Lowell? She cried, hurrying toward him. I told everyone I could and insisted they pass it along. You were perfect. Filled with gratitude and relief, Edgar pulled her into a hug and kissed her cheek, to her shock and delight. Can you do me one more favor and thank them all? Let them know how much it meant. You bet I will. She lifted her chin. Lilac City might have started wild, but we watch out for our own now. She bustled off to the buggy, where Abe was dealing with questions from townsfolk, his head tilted toward where Laura and Hannah talked. He caught Edgar's eye and lifted a frustrated brow. Edgar pointed to the house and mouthed, I'll take care of them. He hurried inside and down the hallways to the quiet kitchen, a cold knot in his stomach. How much had the children seen?
"Artie? Rosie? You're safe now," he called softly. "It's Mr. Lowell. You can come out now."
A moment passed. Then the pantry door creaked open, and 2 small bodies burst out and wrapped themselves around his legs. Edgar bent, lifting them both into his arms. Rosie's arms snaked around his neck as she buried her face into his shoulder, thumb in her mouth, and Artie's grip was just as tight. He held them close, breathing in their warmth, amazed at how they grounded him.
"Your mama and the aunties are all right now."
Edgar's voice came out rough. He cleared his throat.
"And your Grammy and Papa Abe are here, so everything will be fine."
As the children nestled against Edgar's chest, the envelope in his pocket crackled. With the sound came a deep truth that settled over him with a sense of peace. And he knew he didn't want justice to be something he chased down a dirt road, living out of a valise. He wanted to build a life here, with Laura and these children. Chapter 18. In church, Laura blended her voice with Frances's as they sang the first verse of her adaptation of the closing hymn, "Come, thou fount of every blessing." The nerves Laura had felt in the beginning eased as she accepted the worship in the beauty of their music. At the close of the verse, her mother played a soft piano solo as a bridge. The sweet notes seemed to wrap around the congregation like a quilt. When Mother lifted her hands from the keys, Edgar and Nick took up the melody alone, their voices steady and sure. It made Laura's eyes sting with the beauty of the sound. Partway through the verse, Laura and Frances joined them, the 4 shifting seamlessly into 4-part harmony. Mother joined on the piano for the final verse, adding a depth that made Laura's heart ache. The words struck her as they never had before, giving her goosebumps. "Prone to wander, Lord, I feel it. Prone to leave the God I love." The Spirit spoke to her heart then, opening her eyes to how she had wandered most of her life. Not always in body, but certainly in her mind. For so many years she'd done so in silence, through the ache of being seen as a nuisance, or, later, when she stopped speaking up, not being seen at all, not even by Frank. Until she had come to Lilac City, until she had met the lovely people at the Lucky L, until Edgar. Laura glanced to the side as they sang, his voice carrying the lovely bass line that blended so beautifully with Nick's tenor. She found Edgar watching her. Were his eyes glistening? Blinking, she forced herself to focus on the last line of the song. She would not cry. "Here's my heart, oh, take and seal it for thy courts above." They let the notes fade until Frances made a subtle gesture, and they all cut off as practiced. The stillness that followed brought back the tears, and this time Laura did not stop them. And she wasn't the only one in the room who was wiping their eyes. Reverend Pierce had asked them to remain standing while he closed the meeting with prayer. Also at his request, the congregation filed out in silence, the only sound coming from the scraping of chairs or the swishing of skirts. "The Lord truly helped you to use your talents today," the pastor said. "Thank you." Laura's hands still trembled a little as she helped gather the sheet music. "You are wonderful." Her mother gave her a hug, but then studied her. "You're happier here." "So are you." They both laughed. "Oh, and Abe and Edgar took the children with them. I must hurry." Her mother rushed away. Frances stepped beside Laura and wiggled her eyebrows. "Don't think I didn't notice." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Oh, don't go all coy with me, Frances nudged Laura. He couldn't keep his eyes off of you. Laura did the only thing she could. She shrugged. If Edgar left for that judgeship, it didn't really matter. Outside, golden leaves skittered across the wooden steps, leading down from the church. Folks were filing into the community hall for the potluck, children running around, men carrying baskets and platters, while the women fussed with dish towels over casseroles. At the door, Edgar stood holding Rosie and Artie's hands.
"Hurry, Mama,"
Rosie called, waving frantically. "I'm hungry," Artie wailed. Frances chuckled and quickened her pace to meet Nick, who had poked his head out the door. The way Edgar was looking at Laura as she approached woke the butterflies in her belly that she had quieted weeks ago. Something had changed during the altercation with that horrible Garrison. She prayed it bode well for her and the children. The ladies had decorated the inside of the community hall with the last of the fall flowers.
"She is going to milk this for everything it is worth,"
Edgar said, nodding to where Mrs. Roberts held court near the punch bowl, retelling the story of how she had rallied the town. "I knew that man was up to no good," she said loud enough for everyone to hear. "I didn't like his eyes. They were too narrow to trust. I can always tell." "Oh, my," Laura laughed softly. "But I'm so glad she took the initiative. I cannot even begin to express what it felt like to step outside the auntie's house and see almost the entire town come to our defense."
"I understand completely,"
Edgar said.
"Otis got back last night from taking Garrison to the county jail because of what my friend discovered. I also sent a telegram to the U.S. Marshal. I won't be surprised if they take him into their custody."
He cleared his throat.
"I hope you will sit with me to eat. There's something I need to talk with you about."
Edgar's face was flushing, which sent those butterflies fluttering like mad. "I would like that." Edgar walked with Laura as they made their way to a table. He recognized a basket as one Hannah had carried inside. Evidently, they would dine with her parents. Running his clammy hands down his trouser leg, he let out a long breath. Abe had seen Edgar at his worst time, so perhaps it was fitting that he should have a say in whether Edgar was fit to court Laura. Because that was what he meant to ask her about today. Wearing a soft smile, she nonetheless shot him an unsure glance. And how could he blame her for doubting him, since he had spent so much of the last few weeks conflicted about her? He was no longer the man who had once clung to his ambition like a lifeline, but had chosen her without regret. Somehow, he had to convince her of that. What if she couldn't bring herself to trust him? Should that be the case, it seemed fitting. Still, in for a penny, in for a pound, had always been his mother's approach. Edgar would face the possibility of rejection. He could only pray he hadn't ruined his chance with Laura. Reverend Pierce offered a blessing on the food, and the people began lining up. Edgar helped her to settle the children, and she handed him a plate from her mother's basket. "For Artie, if you don't mind," Laura said.
"Not at all."
While he wanted to talk to her right away, he had to practice patience as she told him which foods the little boy would like, while she filled Rosie's. By the time they returned to the table, Abe and Hannah had their food and sat with the children. Then Edgar and Laura waited in line for theirs. Why had he ever thought the church potluck would be a good time for this discussion? He had rehearsed what he wished to say, every polished phrase embedded in his mind. But he felt like a schoolboy hoping to catch the attention of the mayor's daughter.
"You going to just stand there, Lowell?"
Abe finally asked, looking too amused. "Please sit," Hannah said while Laura scooted closer to the children so he had room to sit by her. It was all the encouragement he needed. Everyone focused on their food for a while. From the side, Mrs. Roberts sat with several townfolk retelling her story. It got more sensational each time Edgar heard it. Finally, he set down his fork. "I wanted to announce something to you, Abe, since you were the first one to submit my name for the judgeship." Laura had gone still beside Edgar, and he dared to cover her hand with his. She flinched, but didn't pull away, so he continued. "Before the incident at Thimble Hollow, I received an invitation to travel to Cheyenne for a meeting with the Judicial Appointments Committee, but I wrote a letter declining it. I found something in Lilac City that's more important to me than my old dream." Edgar shifted on the bench so he could see Laura and her parents. "I know you're your own woman, but I feel I should ask your mother and Abe for their blessing. Well, if you're willing." None of this was coming out the way he had practiced. "Laura, I want to court you." A hush settled on the adults, though the children were only silent because they had fallen asleep. "Edgar, I would like to say I'm willing," Laura began, seeming to choose her words carefully. Her hesitation made the food in his stomach sour. "I'm afraid if you gave up something that means so much, that you would come to resent me." Gently, she tried to pull her hand away, but Edgar tightened his clasp. "The way I clung to that old dream has caused your doubt, and I apologize for that. But everything changed the other night. You have changed me, given me a new dream." He brought her unresisting hand to his lips, making her cheeks flush. Edgar continued, quoting from Corinthians. "When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things." "Laura, I have finally found what I truly want. I don't wish to travel around, chasing ambition for its own sake." He lowered his voice. "I never thought I would meet anyone who makes me want to stay. Until you." "If you're finally sure," Laura met his gaze, "then you may court me." A thrill rushed through Edgar, and he had to resist the urge to leap to his feet and shout to the room that he was courting Laura Stanton. A gruff cough from Abe kept Edgar on the bench. Abe glanced at his wife, who nodded. "You have our blessing, boy," he said. "When she and the children were in danger, you fought for them." Rosie whimpered, and Laura pulled her hand away to gather her daughter into her lap. Artie also woke, a smudge of apple cobbler on his face, his chest tightening. Edgar grabbed a napkin to wipe the boy's cheek. This was something Edgar had wanted but never allowed himself to dream of having. Once they had cleaned up after the meal, Hannah took the children's hands. "You two should go on a drive while the weather's still nice. Artie and Rosie will be at our house." "But my pet," Laura began. "It will be there too, all clean." Her mother waved them off. "Now go." Edgar helped Laura with her coat before offering her his arm. As they were leaving the house, Mrs. McDaniel stopped them. "Your brother is going to start sleeping at Thimble Hollow. He'll do his regular work at the ranch, but both Marshall and Luke agreed that you ladies need a little more protection out there." The Lucky L housekeeper grinned. "Not that it sounds like you needed any, but they're insistent." She hurried away. "Willie's going to hate that," Laura said as they stepped out into the cool but bright Sunday sunshine. "Because of her ladyship?" Edgar asked, amused. "Maddie gave him a hard time when she first arrived. After the disdain from the Nob Hill people in San Francisco, he's had enough of people who think they're better because they have a thicker pocketbook. Laura glanced at Edgar, her cheeks suddenly red. "Are you ever going to kiss me?" He nearly missed an uneven spot on the boardwalk and had to shuffle his feet to stay upright. Laura had stopped, watching him with wide eyes. "Was that a shocking question?" she asked, a smile teasing the corner of her mouth. "Unexpected, I would say." Edgar took her hands again and pulled her closer. "There is nothing I would like better than to kiss you, Laura. But I thought I should go slow." She let out a breath. "You, sir, have already been going slow." He tugged her into the shadow of a shop and cupped her cheek with one of his gloved hands. Laura was already lifting her chin, her eyes closing, so he leaned in to press his lips to hers. She surprised him by sliding a hand around his neck. Edgar pulled her closer, the kiss becoming a wordless confession. This woman. His heart swelled with love for her. He had toyed with romance, believing it was nothing more than a game, one he must win. Never would he have dreamed he would find love here, in this quiet widow. He finally broke the kiss and rested his forehead against hers. "I'm falling in love with you, Laura." "You're not alone in that, Edgar." She touched his mouth with hers, quick and feather-light, before she stepped back. Her eyes had taken on a soft and dreamy glow. Then she shot him a playful glance that was somehow also vulnerable. "But don't forget that I remember everything." The comment sobered him. "I'm far from perfect." "Neither am I. Have no fear that I plan to save every misspoken word or insensitive action as a weapon against you. That is not in my nature." But he thought he understood what she was telling him. Her brilliant mind had the power to remember hurtful things. She might not want to cling to them, but they would still be there. As he had gotten to know her better, he realized she was more likely to use those against herself. "Then I will take special care of your heart," he said. She smiled, her expression a mixture of pleasure and approval. "You do understand." "I hope I'm learning to." Edgar very much wanted to promise her forever right now, but Laura had been through a great deal. She deserved more than a vow made in the flush of relief and romance. What she needed was time to know her heart, and for her to feel safe with him. Besides, he wanted to do this right. She and her children deserved stability, a place to belong, something he didn't have to offer, yet. He extended his elbow to her again. As she clasped it, Edgar knew he was finally on his way to finding home again. Epilogue. Willie jumped from the wagon at the rear of Thimble Hollow and tied up the horses. His trunk wasn't heavy, just awkward. Ma was always commenting on how much they had accumulated since moving here, especially after they'd lost nearly everything in the fire. But he had his saddle, boots, hat, and a few shirts. Someday he would have enough to buy his own horse. A man didn't need more than that. He hoisted the trunk to his shoulder and used the toe of his boot to nudge open the screen door. The hinges creaked, and Willie made a mental note to oil them. Who had the responsibility for maintaining the old girl's place? He chuckled. Now that Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Breckenridge had assigned Willie to live here, it might be him who did all the fixing. He knew they'd chosen him in part because it made more sense having Laura's younger brother living here than some random cowboy, and was more appropriate. But he still counted it as a vote of confidence. The two ranch owners trusted him to to keep their loved ones safe, and he wouldn't let them down. Willie stepped inside and pushed the door shut behind him. "Your room is off the back porch, dear boy," Auntie Elle called. He had been in the house a few times to check on them, so he was familiar with the main floor. The door to the kitchen was cracked open, carrying the delicious scent of baking apples. According to Laura, the aunties loved to bake as much as they loved their needlework. To the side was another door, this one open. Inside was a small room, large enough for one person. Willie had never thought it would be his, but it was larger than the space he'd had in the bunkhouse, and he could tell his sister and mother had been there to make it cozy. Besides the single bed, chest of drawers, and a small clothes closet, there were curtains in the windows, a quilt on the bed, and a rag rug on the floor. "Not bad." Smiling, he put his trunk at the foot of the bed. Inside the kitchen, he found the aunties playing host to Laura's little ones. "Uncle Willie!" Artie cried and dashed over to cling to Willie's legs, while Rosie simply grinned at him. "Are you settled in yet?" Auntie Elle asked from where she sat at the table, cutting pie crust into lattice strips. "I'll unpack before bed." Willie set a wriggling Artie down. "Do you ladies need anything before I take a walk around the property?" "Only that pie cooling in the porch room when you come back in. It's dessert for supper." "I thought my sister would be here." "Oh, Edgar is taking her for a buggy ride," Auntie Elle said with a wink. "They'll need to be back in town before dark, what with the crescent moon." Willie gave a grunt of frustration. He had gotten used to the streetlights in San Francisco, at least before the earthquake. Out here, he'd seen too many cowhands who thought a sliver of moonlight and a half-drunk prayer were enough to get them around, while others, like Lowell, avoided riding after dark. It was the horses that Willie worried about. One stumble in the dark, one hole missed, and the poor beast paid the price for somebody else's bad choices. "I'll sure keep my eye out for that pie." He stepped outside. With the sun slanting low on the grass, it wouldn't be long before the courting couple returned. Willie was happy for his sister. While he had never cared for her late husband, she had seemed happy enough with him, and broken up when he died. But then Pa had drowned at the same time. That had sure torn Willie up. Not that he wanted to think about those times. Luke had asked Willie to evaluate the property for safety changes they could make. One thing the old girls could use was a good watchdog. In San Francisco, he had worked for a man who trained them. Like his boss had said, anyone could teach a dog to bite, but it took talent to train one when not to. Willie came around the back of the house and came to an abrupt stop when he caught sight of that aristocrat girl sitting on a bench, Lady Wycliffe. After catching the sharp edge of her tongue when she first arrived, he had made sure to avoid her. That would be hard to do with them both staying in the same house. She held what appeared to be a letter in her hands, looking like she wanted to rip it to shreds. Heaven help any lowly person who came into the view of a woman who practically shone with anger. Willie thought about slipping away, real hard. But then a tear hit the paper. The tightness of those small hands had turned her knuckles white. What in the life of a little rich girl could be so bad? He should leave. Instead, Willie cleared his throat and stepped closer. "Did someone die?" He kept his voice light, even teasing. She startled and jumped to her feet. Then she blinked and glanced away, muttering, "Not quite yet." Working with animals had taught Willie patience. While she had said the words in jest, he sensed some truth in them. He wondered who could have gotten under her skin so much she would consider violence, even if only in her mind. Willie waited. Folks tended to either fill the silence or flee it. She didn't run. Good for her.
"It's from my brother."
Her ladyship held up the envelope.
"He is attempting to persuade me to cooperate with our father."
Cooperate in what way? Her jaw tightened and fire blazed in her eyes, reminding Willie of his boss's wife, Frances.
"What I want doesn't matter to either of them."
She crumbled the letter then.
"You see, my father has chosen a husband for me. It is a political alliance, one that would increase our family's standing even more."
Her hands now shook.
"He's nearly twice my age and is a terrible rake who flaunts his mistresses. A vile man."
He ground his teeth. That was flat out wrong. What man signed away his daughter to a scoundrel? Willie had attended school and read plenty. He knew what kind of rake she meant, and it wasn't a garden tool. No decent father would do such a thing. It sounded like this man didn't deserve either of his titles, duke or father. Not if he would banish her out here, away from her friends and comforts, just to break her will. Why, that was a kind of torture, and Willie had no patience with cruelty. He worked hard to keep his voice from showing his anger. The primrose path of dalliance. Yeah, I've met the type. Her ladyship's gaze snapped to him.
"You have read Hamlet?"
Willie rested a boot on a tree stump. "Don't look so surprised, missy."
"Maddie,"
she corrected. "Maddie, then." He nodded. "I'm Will, by the way. But to answer your question, I had a teacher who thought boys ought to know the difference between a good man and a reckless libertine. What happens if you continue to refuse?"
"Then my father will disinherit me for dereliction of my duty to the family, or have me dragged back home."
Willie felt bad for her. She sounded less like a pampered heiress and more like someone cornered by her own blood. Could he force you to marry that man?
"Father has already signed the marriage contract."
Willie snorted. That was a bold move. He ought to have made sure all parties wanted in before signing your life away.
"Just so."
Maddie gave him an assessing look as though seeing him for the first time.
"I don't wish to return, but I also don't know how to remain here."
"Well, there are some right smart folks here in Lilac City. I'll bet you don't like having others know your business, but I understand what it's like to stand on the edge and not see a safe way down. It's important to trust others to help see the path you should go." Willie glanced heavenward. "And if you're a religious person, it never hurts to ask for guidance." Maddie's expression turned thoughtful. Auntie Elle called from the house, and the young woman gave him a small curtsy before heading toward the back door, her spine straight and proud. Something stirred in Willie that he couldn't name. He could tell she was going to be trouble. And dang it all if he wasn't looking forward to it. This has been An Enigma for Edgar, Lilac City Novella Series, Book 7, by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2025 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.